Hello. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome.
Hello, and thank you.
Awesome. So this is let's see, this are Shannon Goolsby?
Correct.
Awesome.
Okay.
Got you signed in, my dear. And we'll probably start right at 1 o'clock. I have a couple people that said they might enter late, but
Okay.
we'll get started right at one with the information. And where are you coming from, Shannon?
Is state or
Yeah, location.
business?
Location.
Alaska.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, we have a couple of out-of-staters joining us today. So I'm not sure what the time conversion is, but hopefully they get here on time.
Well, we're 1:45, so I don't know where you're at.
Yep, I'm in Alaska as well.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute my microphone, and we'll wait for some other people to show up, and then we'll get started, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, Shannon.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. I love your hair.
Thank you. Was my fix for a bad haircut.
It looks great.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Laura. How you doing?
Hi, doing good. How about you?
Doing good, thank you. And it's Ellsworth, right?
Yeah. Yep, you got it.
All right. I got you signed in on the list here. We do have a couple more people that there's quite a few that are going to be joining us here pretty soon. And are you here in Alaska with us, or are you out of state?
I'm here in Alaska. I'm in Anchorage.
Awesome. Right on. Cool. Well, welcome to the class. And yeah, we should be getting started right about 1. I think we might have a couple people jump in. It sounded like somebody might be a few minutes late, and then maybe a little bit later than that too. So people will be jumping in with us.
Okay, sounds good.
Mhm. Did want to check in with y'all. Did you guys get the files okay that I emailed to you for the class today?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. hopefully it wasn't too overwhelming to kind of digest, but we're going to go through each one of those things throughout the day today and just kind of get a better idea of what it is we're looking at there. Some of it might be familiar to you already, as far as like what kind of information we're collecting and whatnot from patients and clients for billing. But then there might be a couple new things in there too that will kind of get you going on your way if you decide to take on billing.
I've never done insurance at all, so this is all brand new.
Okay. Yeah, so some of the info, is like a intake form for your patients, which you're probably already doing that in practice. So things like that, what kind of data we're collecting from them is really, individual and specific to each practice, because not everybody's going to collect the same kind of like data points, like name, birthday, address, those types of things. So, and one of the things that we're going to talk about today, as far as collecting data from your patients or clients, is really making sure that you're collecting data that is important to you.
Right.
I don't know, you maybe checked in some places and you're like, really? Do they really need all this information from me? But then come to find out, they actually use in every question that they're asking you for a specific thing. So we just want to be careful about like trying to collect too much data, and really kind of focus on the things that are specific to what we're doing with the patient, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So, and then I did post the documents here in the chat as well. So are you guys seeing those okay as well?
I did see that they came up. I did not open them just because I have them in front of me otherwise.
Okay, perfect.
Yep, I see them too, but I'm just gonna probably be doing 2 screens because I don't have a printer right now. So
Okay, yep, that makes
I've got
sense.
a computer and a laptop open.
And for the most part, I did send you the PowerPoint today as well. But then once we get started, that's essentially what's going to be on my screen is the PowerPoint throughout the duration of the class. And then if people have questions or anything like that, feel free to chime in. And just, I can actually see your mics and cameras. So if you want to just keep your microphone muted, and then if you have a question or something like that, you'll just unmute and I'll see that you have a question about something or some input to what.
Is there I'm sorry, I'm kind of new to Zoom as well. Technology is quickly creeping up on me. I only see the meeting topic screen where it says join audio, share screen, and invite others. Is that where I need to be?
I believe so. I haven't started my screen share yet. So as soon as I start that, you should be able to see it.
Okay.
Let me see here. I'll just run a test real quick because I kind of want to wait until everybody gets here, until we start, so we can have this intro and then we'll get started. But so you should be able to see my screen now, right?
Okay. Yes, I see you moving a little mouse cursor around, and I see.
So that is going to be essentially, how I point at what we're talking about. And,
Okay.
so then here's the slideshow when we get started. It'll look like this.
Perfect. Thank you.
That look good?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it's coming through on your end. So thank you for troubleshooting that with me, Ms. Shannon.
And then everything I do is on a hotspot, so hopefully we stay connected.
Hopefully we stay connected. All the participants from today too will also get a link to this. We're going to save this. So if there is some information that comes up that you're like, wait a second, what was it we were talking about there? You'll be able to actually jump back into the video. You should in the future to make
Wonderful.
Sure you can get it. No problem. Yeah, because we are going to cover a lot, but I'm going to try and make it digestible from the beginning.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's see. Now, how do I get back to... Okay, here we go. So that's me coming in. Hello. Welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Hello, Miss Melanie. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Awesome. Doing good. Thanks for.
I've been sitting in on the other Zoom link that you sent out earlier.
Oh, was there another? It was a different link.
Yes, and there's someone named Beth sitting there in that link.
Okay, I sent her the new link. I didn't realize it changed the link because what had happened on the original one is I only scheduled us from like 1 to 3 or 1 to 2 or something like that. So I did
Right.
time, and when I changed the time, it must have given us a different link. Do you still have access to that?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up. I actually had to swap computers because mine isn't charging, so I had to go find a different one.
Okay.
So I'll get that on the other one if I
I
can.
did send her an email with the new link. So if you can just let her know, check her email and jump in on the new link. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll see if I can do that.
And we just got joined by Miss Liz.
Yes, hello. I'm still in the car. I got
Oh.
the papers printed out that you sent me. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Welcome, Liz. Welcome.
Thank you.
In the initial, I hope that you're driving safe. In the initial, we should be just covering some information that is kind of like some background history, and then we'll get into the meat and potatoes. Hopefully you'll be home by then, so you can take notes or ask questions.
Okay, and I'll be all ears.
Okay, that sounds great. I did send out all of the handouts for today. Let's see, Beth. No, let her join, and then I'll go over that. Hello, Miss Beth.
Hello?
Hello.
Were you talking to me?
Is this Beth?
Oh, my name is Lisbeth. Some people say Lisbeth, so I thought you were talking to me.
And your last name, my dear?
Fairly.
Okay, Liz Fairley. Yes, I was talking to you, but we actually have a Beth Fontaine joining us.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Beth. She has a microphone. Beth, if you can hear me. I'm not super sure. I haven't done a recording link as far as like posting it out. And so like I said, I'll have the link. I'm not sure if it saves to my computer and I have to send it to you or how that works, but we'll work through it together as far as technicalities go, and hopefully get you squared away with any questions that you might have or anything like that, Miss Laura.
Thank you. I know I've done some links before for some classes I've done, and it just saves it to a cloud and I send a link out, but I've never actually tried to figure out how long that link lasts for. So I'm just like wondering what my time frame is for digesting everything we're going to learn today.
Right. And I don't know if the creator of the content can actually set a time limit on that or not. So we'll see. I definitely want to give you guys as much access as possible. So probably what will happen is it'll be accessible until the next class, which happens like March 8th or March 1st, I think.
Awesome. Thanks.
Absolutely. So Miss Beth, if you can hear me, send me a message in chat. It says that you don't have a microphone active. And then I'm just going to check my email one more time real quick to see if anybody else is. I did send out the new link just before the class because I had somebody say that the link was inactive. So hopefully she's able to make it in. Hmm. I'm just going to send this out one more time real quick, and to those who are not here, and hopefully they can get in, and then we'll get started. All right, welcome everybody to the billing insurance class for licensed massage therapists. I am going to go ahead and start my screen. And if you all want to just take a moment to introduce yourself, maybe name first, and where and how you practice. I will go ahead and unmute your microphone, and so you could introduce yourself to us. That would be great.
Hello, I'm Shannon Goolsby. I'm in Alaska, and I practice both in Palmer, Alaska, as well as Anchorage, Alaska.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, Miss Shannon. Miss Laura, I'm going to unmute your mic next so that we're not all talking over each other. I'll go ahead and unmute you. And then, yeah, if you want to just introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Hey everyone, I'm Laura Ellsworth. I was born and raised in rural Alaska, so this is my first time living in the big city of Anchorage. And I just did kind of like a midlife career switch, and this will be the first time. I just got licensed a month and a half ago, so it'll be my first time opening a practice and being self-employed and learning all the things I've got to learn.
Well, congratulations and welcome to the tribe. Absolutely. Miss Liz Fairley, if you want to go next, I sent you a request to unmute your microphone, if you're able.
Hello, my name is Liz Fairley. I'm a licensed massage therapist in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm from all over the world, to make that short. Right now I'm working. My main employer is Keystone Chiropractic, and I'm working at Balanced Health Chiropractic and Allure Day Spa to fill in the hours. To get more bookings. I'm at Allure for the Vichy. The hydrotherapy is lots of fun, and the goal is to become self-employed.
Fantastic. I like the sounds of it, Liz. That's awesome. Thank you for being in today's class.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And Miss Melanie, I'll go ahead and send you an invite to unmute if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Melanie Bray. I work in Fairbanks as a licensed massage therapist. I work both for North Country Chiropractic, and I also have my own business, Re-Energize Massage, at a second location. I got certified in 1992, took a hiatus for a few years, and then came back about, I don't know, almost 10 years ago now, and I work part-time there and part-time at DOT as a design engineer.
Fantastic. Awesome. It's very multi-dynamic, Melanie. It's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. And we have Miss Beth.
Hey.
Hey, Beth.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to get everything figured out. I think I'm squared in now. I've been a therapist for 15 years. I'm originally from Michigan and moved to Alaska, and I've been here for about 6 years now. So I live and work in Girdwood, and I've worked for the hotel. I've worked with a PT, and then I've also done some Thai massage at Deha Yoga, which unfortunately with the pandemic closed their business. So just kind of in the process of getting my own business started here in town, in Girdwood, sorry, and get the ball rolling with that. So looking forward to the billing class.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, I'm glad that all of you have chosen Space Within Alaska for your CEUs. This is very awesome. Doing the online Zoom is a new thing for me. So please excuse if there are any technical difficulties or you're unable to follow something that I'm putting out there. I'm gonna have everybody's microphone muted during the presentation. And then if you have a question or you wanna chime in, just go ahead and unmute your microphone and we can get to you, no problem. I see it when it comes unmuted. So I'm gonna go ahead and start my screen share now. Real quick though, I am Kirk Wilson and I am a licensed massage therapist in the state of Alaska. I've been practicing for a little bit over 12 years. And I love what we do as a community. I think we amplify the wellness in our community, no matter what we're working with clients or patients with. And so I just want to continue to help people develop their skill as far as being able to work with their community members and hopefully provide more options for individual therapists to work with whoever comes to them for service. So can you guys see my screen right now?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Yep.
awesome. Awesome. I can't see my chat window though, real quick. So I just need to open this up on another screen so I can see it. So I'm not going to be able to see. So if you have a question, just go ahead and unmute and jump in at any point in time, and I will get to you, okay? So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. Everybody should be able to see that now. Okay. Okay, sweet. There it is. So just for your information too, all of the documents for the class are posted in the chat. So if you need to access to any of those, we're going to go in order. They're labeled 1 through 9, essentially. And so we'll be getting to those today as well. If you were unable to print them, you'll find them there. And I'm just going to bring that chat menu back up, and here we go. Okay. All right, so Space Within Alaska is an NCB TMB approved provider. Our number is 1290, and they are essentially a national accrediting agency that vets our curriculum when we present it to them, and they make sure that it follows all of the criteria in order to be delivered for continuing education. The NCB TMB is an organization that the state of Alaska allows to provide CEUs. So that's what brings us here today for billing medical insurances. The course is scheduled for 3 hours. You get 3 CEUs for the course, but I do have an extra half hour on there in case you have any questions or anything like that. And then I'm always available via email or after the class as well if you have any questions for clarification. It looks like we got somebody coming in here. Okay, welcome, welcome. Tammy, can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, Tammy, welcome. Can you see the screen all right? Are you here, Tammy?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. And you can see the PowerPoint all right too?
Yes.
Now, are these chat windows obstructing y'all's view at all, or can you see okay?
I only see your face, so I think I'm good.
Okay, you should be able to see the PowerPoint.
I can see the PowerPoint and a tiny little curve.
Okay, great. And a tiny little curve. That's a little bit different than real life, but here we are.
I got you.
All right. Okay, so the introduction for today's course, essentially what we're looking at is the big point. You all should have an agenda. And on that agenda, which was file number 1, is going to have information as far as, let's see. So on the agenda, it's going to have information as far as what books you might need. So the CPT 2018 Professional Edition, what this is it show the CPT are the codes that we are billing by. So like when you hear people throwing out like 47710 or different codes to bill, this is what they're talking about, are the CPT 2018 Professional Edition American Medical Association. Okay, so that is for billing. And then the next one on the list is going to be the 2016 ICD, which is the international code for diagnostics. So essentially when a patient or a client comes in with a medical diagnosis from their medical provider, they are coming in with a code from this book. So if you wanted to get this book, you could. I don't necessarily recommend it because does anybody know why we might not need this book in our practice? Why we would not need a diagnostic manual in our practice?
Because we're not to diagnose.
Because, yeah.
There you go. So it is outside of our scope of practice. And so, yeah, we don't necessarily need to diagnose. And the nice thing about our modern day is that if somebody does come in with a diagnostic code, you can literally Google that code and it will show you exactly what their diagnosis is. Now, I don't necessarily think that you should believe everything you read on Google. So you might want to double check that, right? And go back to another source and just make sure. But for the most part, I do believe that you're going to get a pretty fair representation of what that diagnostic code is via Google. You can just type it right in. And exactly, that is something that patients are going to come in with from the get-go. So we don't necessarily need to have that. You'll see that it is an ICD-10, right? So in 2016, we switched to 10 from 9. And so in ICD-9, there were roughly 88,000 diagnostic codes. Now, this is for everything in the body from head to toe, front to back, side to side, internal, external, whatever it may be. There were roughly 88,000 codes in the ICD-9. And then in 2016, we switched to the ICD-10. And in ICD-10, they have 188,000 codes. So we have more than doubled the amount of diagnostic material. And the big reason why we have doubled that is because now there is a modifier in the diagnosis that includes right or left side. So automatically the codes doubled because of right and left. Before, it used to be kind of a generalized area, and now it is specific to right and left. So essentially, why that matters to us is that if a patient comes in with a diagnostic code of a right shoulder injury and right torticollis maybe in their cervical region, then we are only going to get paid or reimbursed. The insurance is only going to cover for that diagnostic code, right? So if in our chart note, we put that we did both right and left work, we're only going to get paid for half that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Awesome. again, if you guys need to chime in, just let me know and I can try and answer your questions. So the third book here is Business Mastery. When I was teaching at the massage school, this is the book that we taught out of. This is also the book that I wrote my business plan out of and write all of my business plans out of. When I have a question, this is the book that I try to go to. There is a 5th edition now. So there is a newer edition of the Business Mastery, and it really lays out in clear and plain detail what your business plan, the different elements that it needs to include. And even if you're not writing a business plan and you're trying to make marketing information or a budget or inventory or anything along those lines, this book is really helpful. So, and then we just go through the course information as is here. And that is our agenda. Let me see if I can pull our slide back up. So what it means to bill, here we go. So this slide is just kind of quick. We're just gonna go over it real fast and then we'll get into the specifics. So what it means to bill, we now have a board of massage therapists in the state of Alaska. And for those, excuse me real quick, Miss Shelley, can you hear me okay? And can you also see the PowerPoint?
I can.
Okay, great. Welcome to the class.
Thanks.
I got you signed in. So for those of you who are joining us that are outside of Alaska, if your state has a board of licensed massage therapists, you are legally allowed to bill. Essentially, what a board of licensed massage therapists means is in your state is that you are now a credentialed medical provider. So having a board means that you're a provider. It is illegal for licensed massage therapy to be denied the ability to bill. So they cannot discriminate on medical providers who cannot bill. As long as all the information is in place and insurance covers the CPT code we're billing, it is essentially discrimination if they deny you. So for those of you who have tried to do this in the past and gotten denied or gotten shut down, there may have been something in the process that was not exactly how the insurance company likes to see it, and that's why it got denied. Insurance company is not in the business of paying money. They are in the business of essentially providing for their patients at the most beneficial cost to them. So they are by nature going to deny and try to underpay you all the time. And if you aren't fluent in the steps of reimbursement, they are going to try and essentially reimburse you for the least amount that they can possibly get away with. We're going to talk about how those negotiations go here in a little bit. So we are medical providers. And the big thing is when we start billing, when we have a board of massage therapy, we now have more regulation that we have to practice under. We do have a state code of ethics that we have to abide by. And there are also ordinances within any municipalities that you might be practicing in that need to be covered. And that's just a practice. As far as billing insurance, there is going to be a lot more regulation as far as, like, one thing that's pretty specific is in order to bill insurance, all patient files must be behind 2 locks. So all patient files must be behind 2 locks. And what that means is that you have a front door that locks of your practice, and then you have a filing cabinet that locks. So all patient or like a computer that locks, right? Electronic. So all, and that is per a national requirements. And so the medical practice must have 2 locks on all patient files, and no one patient may see the area where other patients' files are kept. So essentially, for practices that, like I used to work in a clinic where we had all of the patient files kind of like in a cubby that was behind the front desk, right? And it didn't have a lock on that door. And patients, when they were standing at the front desk, could see that that was clearly where we kept our patient files. So technically, this was a violation. And so we had to reorganize the office to move those files into a room that was further back in the clinic so that patients that were coming in and paying their bill or signing in could not see where other patient files were kept. So that's just like one example of some regulations that you'll have to, abide by, and in order to bill insurance. So then we're going to get into the billing basics. So when it comes to setting up your practice or even clinical practice, we're going to talk about the CPT code regional allowables. Now, this is going to be a little bit different for folks who are joining us from out of the state, because regional allowables in the state of Alaska are essentially the highest allowables in the United States. Hello, hello. Did you make it home all right, Liz?
Yes, I did. I'm just trying to set up the screen here at home.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
No problem. So we're going to talk about the and now if you are joining us from out of state and you need to have a little bit of discussion on that, we can do it on a side outside of class, just to see about determining how we figure out what your regional allowables are. It's kind of like time zones as far as the United States broken up. So each section of the United States has a different regional allowable. And essentially what that is it's the maximum amount that an insurance is going to reimburse for a code. So we'll talk about that in more specifics here in a little bit. We're also going to talk about the HICFA, which is a health information form, claim form. This is the actual form that we are using to bill, right? So when we have a bill that we're originating, if we are billing a client's insurance as a courtesy, essentially that's what all billing in-house is a courtesy. We're going to do it through a HICFA form. And what's really interesting is that most medical practices have made it so standard operation that we just bill insurances for people as a courtesy, that most patients don't even realize that billing is being done as a courtesy, just because it's so standard practice. And there is a way for patients to get reimbursed through their own insurance. Sometimes that can be easier, and sometimes that can be more beneficial for your patient, depending on what type of insurance they're coming to you with. And we'll talk about a little bit of those differences here in a little bit. We're going to talk about authorizations, and this is a big step as far as actually being able to bill. If you are not authorized, you should not be billing, because the chances of you being authorized after you've provided the treatment or the care is slim to none. They may authorize it depending on the insurance company, but the likelihood of you actually getting authorized after service is slim to none. This is something that happens before we provide the service for people. Another thing that we're going to look at, and this is as far as your records keepings go. We talked a little bit about, like in the waiting room earlier today, about how we collect data from our patients, and that some of the forms that you got in your email might look familiar to you. You know, there's like a new client intake form, right? And there's an insurance verification form, and there's a consent policy. So all of these different things are going to collect data from your patient or client. And the big thing that I want to drive home here is that you collect data. If you're in private practice, you collect data that is specific to the service you are providing. Now, if you're going to be billing insurance, there are some specifics that you need, right? So you're going to need the birth date, the name, the address, and then insurance information. But those data markers are what is significant: the name, the insurance phone number, and address, right? And so you don't necessarily need to ask people their hair color and their weight and their height, and even medical history is a good thing, I think, for any practicing therapist to ask, no matter what. I always ask patients if they have screws, pins, rods, plates, or meshes in their body before we start. Because some people will sit there and write you a small book on all the things that they're in their form, as far as medical history goes. So it's good to collect it, but it's also good to have an in-person conversation with that person and just collect the data that is pertinent to you providing an exceptional service for your people. Activities of daily living and pain. What these are going to be is, these are kind of markers and cue, right? So like somebody comes in, this is where, they rate 1 to 10 how they're feeling today, right? And activities of daily living, or ADLs, are things like, if you have somebody that comes in with, say, a shoulder issue, right? Your activity of daily living might be putting things over your head. 1 to 10, how does that make you feel? Right? So putting things over your head is 1. And then the next one might be walking your dog. And then the next one might be, bathing yourself. So the important thing is that these ADLs need to be tracked for every appointment that you have with this individual. And it has to be the same 3 ADLs. And it can be any 3 that are specific, that is going to be the most easy for this patient to track. And essentially what you're doing is you're taking a number on each one of those 3 as you progress in your sessions, so that we can prove to the insurance companies that we are actually providing a benefit for this patient, or if this patient needs another referral for continued treatment. So that is another really big thing that needs to be kept track of in your records. And we'll talk about that a little bit more here in a minute. Let's see what else we got. What it takes to bill. So we're going to get into this stuff as well. Some of this might look familiar to you. You're going to need a tax ID, or you can also use your social security number if you are in private practice. But I'm going to talk about the difference here in a little bit of why you might choose one over another. Also, EFTPS, this is an electronic federal numeration system. So this is going to help you essentially pay taxes on what you're billing, because really when we start billing insurance, it can take your practice from a $70,000-$80,000 a year practice to well over 6 figures, and into a different tax bracket, essentially. And so once you start jumping up into these different tax brackets, you start getting a little bit more, they start looking at your account a little bit more. And it's really important to pay quarterly taxes. If you're just getting started in a business, obviously you gotta pay your taxes, right? But what a lot of new business owners don't understand or know is that you have to pay quarterly taxes. Because if you don't pay quarterly taxes and you only pay taxes at the end of the year, you're going to get a fine, essentially a late fee, for those previous quarters that you didn't pay. And that's going to make your tax bill more at the end of the year. And so what's really nice is when we start billing, we have access to this numeration system where it will track our bills for us, and then essentially tell us how much we should be putting aside for taxes. And they will actually, there's a service out there that will actually hold it for you. If you feel like it's too tempting to spend or something like that, they'll hold it for you. I would recommend you hold it for yourself if you have the ability to, but there are third-party vendors out there that will hold your taxes for you throughout the year. We're also going to talk about in and out of network status and what that means and why it's important to what we're billing. Paper and versus electronic submission. I would say that probably 90% of the practices that I've worked with and for is electronic billing. And I would recommend electronic just because it's it's clear on the form. Literally, if you're handwriting a bill and you forget to dot an I or cross a T, they will deny payment, send you the bill back. You will have to fill out a new form, send it back to them. So, I mean, just a misspelling could put you at like a 6-week hiccup from getting paid. So electronic is nice. Just make sure that you're entering all your patient data correctly. To make sure that when you are originating those bills that they come out the way they need to be. We're also going to talk about some software and services. So as far as softwares that you can use to bill in your practice, there are different types of software as far as being online or in-house. And there is a little bit of difference between an online platform for your business to use as compared to a in-house software that you keep on a hard drive in your practice. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit too. And then we'll get into specialty topics. So this is, I'd say when I post about this class, this is what I get the most questions about, are specialty topics. And when I'm talking about specialty topics, we're talking about different types of insurance. So all of these types of insurance are things that you can become involved with. So for instance, Premera and Aetna are our two big personal health care insurance providers in this country. And they, Premera is Blue Cross Blue Shield. They are essentially leading the way as far as insurance billing standards. So I'm going to recommend that everybody in this class, if you are trying to bill insurance, personal healthcare insurance, the first thing you're going to need to do after this class is go to the Premera Blue Cross website and fill out their application to become a preferred provider. And I would recommend that because it can take 2 or 3 weeks to get preferred. But with Premera Blue Cross, the way they change their policy for their customers is that they are not billing. Premera will only reimburse preferred providers. So if you hear somebody have Blue Cross Blue Shield, this is one direction that you could choose to go, essentially becoming a preferred provider for only Premera Blue Cross, because so many people have it. Same thing with Aetna. It's a private insurance company, our healthcare company. However, it's like a different pool of professionals. What I've seen most is like federal workers and state workers and things like that are going to have this Premera. Oh shoot, I'm sorry. Bear with me. Okay, so federal workers and state workers usually is Premera, and anything that is like BIA associated, Bureau of Indian Affairs, so anything that is tribal. And then Aetna is going to be more of like our public safety officers. So like firemen, police officers, village patrol officers, correctional officers, what else? Teachers, and a lot of union could also be Aetna, depending on what union they're a part of. But Premera and Aetna, I'd say, are the two biggest insurance providers out there. As far as personal health care. And then we'll talk a little bit about Medicare, Medicaid, as it pertains to what we're doing here. And really, when it comes to billing insurance, unless you are providing philanthropy, you're only going to receive about 30% of the national standard on Medicare, Medicaid. So essentially, for every $100, you're only going to recoup $30. And so how I've seen some practices kind of navigate this situation, because some people will get totally turned off if you don't take Medicare, Medicaid. Like they scoff at you almost, which I get it, because that's what they have to provide them their health care. However, so instead of telling people, no, I don't take Medicare, Medicaid, what some practices will do is they will take a percentage of patients with Medicare, Medicaid. So like I worked with one practice one time, and his policy was that he would see 4 Medicare, Medicaid patients per month. Now, all 4 of those spots were filled with his people, right? But as soon as one fell off, as soon as one stopped coming to him, he would have an open spot for somebody on Medicare, Medicaid, essentially. So it was really a philanthropy service that he was providing, because again, you barely even recoup your costs for billing. And it's not even you're not even recouping hardly any cost for the actual treatment with Medicare, Medicaid. Workers' compensation is actually a really good avenue to start getting to know how to bill insurance and having the insurance conversation. One way I like to think about insurance is that if it's kind of like chemistry or anatomy, these subjects that can look really overwhelming. And it's because when you start it, you don't know the language of it yet, right? And once you begin to wrap your mind around the language and how you communicate with these different subjects, insurance billing is no different. It has its own language, especially when you are trying to do verifications, or if you are trying to get reimbursed off of a denial. You really need to know how to talk to these people, because they, again, are not in the business of educating you how to bill. They are in the business of protecting their patients. And so, like, for instance, if you call Premera Blue Cross, they will only send you to their website. Right? They're not gonna, like if you call and say, well, why did this bill get denied? They're not gonna answer your question. They will not tell you why it was denied. All they will do is kick it back to you, deny it, and it's up to you to figure it out. And again, it could be a spelling error. It could be a number transposition, you know, when you put the actual code in. So it's really precise. Precision is very important when it comes to billing. We're also going to talk a little bit about the VA. For those of you who work with soldiers that are associated with the VA, there are some really good programs that are being offered now, and especially for those of you who are outside of a VA service area, is going to be a lot more, it's going to be quicker to navigate as far as working with the VA. And then we're going to talk about MVA, so motor vehicle accidents, you know, for car crashes and essentially personal injury insurance. And then we'll talk a little bit about other personal injury, and that would have to do with like, anybody have an example of what other personal injuries might be outside of like a motor vehicular accident? Anyone have an idea what another, a different type of personal insurance or personal injury might be?
A fall outside of your house.
There you go. So, and what would be the insurance policy that we're looking at there?
Insurance, like homeowners insurance.
That's exactly right. So essentially working with homeowners insurance for personal injury, and then also with, you know, like slip fall outside your house, but also slip fall outside of a business. So that's
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely. Who we hearing from?
Liz.
Okay, Liz.
Liz. So you mentioned teachers under Aetna, but don't teachers, and I don't know, you know, if it's a union thing or depending on the school district, don't they also have their own type of insurance where you don't have to be in network, which makes it easier?
So with Aetna, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So with Aetna, you do not have to be in network. And we're going to cover a little bit more on that topic when we talk about this in versus out of network status, because you can be
Gotcha.
an out of network provider for Aetna. You may not be an out of network provider for Premera. They have literally just put the kibosh on it. And I would imagine and speculate that with the changing climate politically, that we are going to see some changes over the next couple of years, just like every other political shift. There are changes when it comes to healthcare. And one of those changes that I would speculate is on the horizon is that Aetna is going to move the same direction as Premera. right? So they very well over the next 2 to 4 years might make it to where you may not be. Just something to keep on your radar for the future, because what might happen is that you get in the habit of billing out of network, and then boom, all of a sudden they switch it on, and they're not going to give you an update as a provider, right? They're not going to send you like a, oh, hey, it's time to renew. No, they don't do that. They're banking on you not knowing how to do it. So, if that makes sense. They're really, it just blows my mind how it works. You know, like when I was first getting into it, a lot of this information comes from, you know, practice over the last 11 to 12 years, as far as what insurance companies and how they are working. So yeah, we'll get into that. Before we start going, does anybody else have any questions? Just let me know. Okay, great. Awesome. Here we go. So let's see. All right, so we talked about this a little bit. Since 2014, licensed massage therapists have been able to bill in the United States, and so it was established in 2014 with assistance from AMTA. So AMTA is one of our professional providers for insurance, and they are a national nonprofit, 501c3. And what they have kind of had a mission over the last 10 to 15 years. And that is that they support coalitions of people at the state level so that they can go through the legislative process of creating massage boards. So they kind of provide the legal know-how of how to do this, how to navigate this situation of creating a board. And then they, I believe they help, you know, essentially lobby and get the information to the right people so that it can become state law. So AMTA helps in that venture. Our guidelines are as 4 LMTs, you know, have to serve. They have to be transparent with the state while they're serving, and only one person sitting on the board can have interest in a massage school. And then one person is also from the public. And so here is our representatives for the Licensed Massage Board in Alaska. And we also just had a shift to our licensed examiner is now Emily Sullivan, which those of you who just recently gotten licensed probably have already contacted her, and this might be new information for some of you that have already been practicing for a while. We do now contact Emily Sullivan, and her email address is different than what we used to email. So if you have any questions as far as licensing and stuff like that goes, it's here at the State of Alaska Board of Massage Therapists page. So what does it mean? We are now medical providers. So I kind of went into this a little bit. Any profession that has a regulatory board is essentially a medical provider. So we're not just essentially certified or registered therapists. We are licensed professionals and we are medical providers. We talked about the difference from ICD-9 to ICD-10. And in Europe, like as soon as the United States rolled out ICD-10 and we started working on that, Europe started working with ICD-11. So Europe is kind of where America gets its billing standards for diagnostics. And so I'm not familiar with 11 yet, but it is probably going to be coming out within the next couple of years. And again, for us, it's not that important. Where this really comes into play is people who are diagnosing that had memorized, you know, a bunch of codes. Like for instance, if somebody had diabetes, they knew the diabetes code without having to look it up. And now with the change, there is, you know, diabetes with ulcer, diabetes with pain symptom. So there are different diagnostic codes for the diabetes, whereas before it was all just one. And so they're breaking it down. They're becoming more specific. One of the new things was a turtle bite on the right pinky as compared to the turtle bite on the left pinky. I mean, come on, they're getting real specific, y'all. Who can provide services? Anybody that has a regulatory board and is a licensed professional in the state. So the nice thing about it is you can be a provider, a licensed professional, and you don't have to bill insurance. But if you do, hold on to your hat seat, because here we go. Because essentially it's what I had mentioned earlier. There's more regulations that you got to follow. There are more liabilities and there are more standards. And when you start billing, these are things that you automatically assume. And now it doesn't mean necessarily that you're going to get in trouble if you don't live up to these billing, to the standards right away, or at all even. The only time a provider essentially is going to get in trouble, and I put that in quotes, is if they get audited. So essentially, if somebody turns them in because maybe, just an example might be, I was at a practice and I saw the medical files for all the patients behind the front desk, right? This is a reportable offense. And if somebody turns you in, if you pop for that, they can send an auditor to your practice. And if they find it, if they have any finding in your practice, it's a significant fine. The first time actually is not that significant. Sometimes it can be anywhere from like $1,200 to maybe a $2,500 fine. So the first finding is not really that big of a deal. You want to have the practice of not having any findings in an audit though, because if they have a finding a second time, it is a $1.5 million fine. Now, I don't know about y'all, but as a licensed massage therapist, I do not have that just waiting for fines. But in a medical practice, essentially, it is enough to have it. If there is a second finding, it is enough to essentially bankrupt a practitioner or a practice. So we really want to be careful about that. And another caveat to that is if you have a practice, say, that you've had for 15 years and you had a finding, right, at year 8, right? You paid the fine, you kept on practicing, you built your clientele basis, you got 10,000 patients now, and you're ready to retire. You're going to sell that practice to the first person, to essentially the highest bidder or the most qualified professional that you want to leave your people in their care. All right, so they acquire the practice. And so now they have an audit, and that they have the same finding that you had initially. They get the $1.5 million fine because it's the same practice. It's the same clinic. Does that all make sense?
Wow.
Essentially, we want to stay away from having findings. And the way you stay away from that is good record keeping, making sure that your records are on point. And you can actually hire a third party individual to come in and do a dry audit on you. You hire a professional that, just like the insurance company would hire, to come in and do an audit and make sure that everything that you're doing is on point, right? And there are a lot of little things out there that you're not necessarily going to know about until you know about them, until you continue to have this conversation with providers and practices and you start finding on the ins and outs, right? So that's what we're doing here. So one of the major pieces for massage, and anybody who has been to a doctor or worked in a doctor's office knows about HIPAA. It's the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. And what is the major, like, what's the basic principle of HIPAA? What do you think?
Privacy.
Privacy. That's right. And so any Okay. Any idea of what type of information is to remain private? What type of information is to remain private?
Social security number, address.
And all of those, both of those are what kind of
Identifying information.
identifying information? That's a good way to put it. Yeah, so anything that you can personally identify somebody off of. So personal information is essentially what is protected via HIPAA. So, and that has to do, essentially it's name, address, date of birth, phone number, and any scheduled times. Right, so nobody can see your calendar either. And where this can get kind of interesting, and I think it's important that we know about this, is when we're involving children, especially if children are coming from separated or divorced parents. Because just because somebody is a child's parent does not mean that we release personal information about that child to them. Does that make sense? Just because,
Kirk, can I ask a quick question?
absolutely. Who we hearing from?
This is Shelley. In regards to HIPAA, before when I had somebody doing my billing for,
Yes.
I had to use a secure software, I think it was, in
Absolutely.
order to transfer information.
Yes.
Is that something we're going to go over, or where we get this? Because I don't remember what we did.
As far as what type of software to use?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. We will hit into software. The majority of softwares out there are going to be HIPAA compliant. And that's one thing that you do want to look at for sure, is to make sure that you are getting into a software that is HIPAA compliant. So you don't want to just get any software, but most of the softwares that provide a billing service are going to be HIPAA compliant. And most of the contact that we are making with patients, Gmail is suitable for most contacts because it is an encrypted service. But this is also where you might get a encrypted email server, which you can typically get through your software provider. So whoever is going to provide your software will also be able to provide encrypted email service. And that is for like if you're going to be accepting emails as far as, you know, private information and things like that goes. So like if you have your forms online and you're going to have people fill them out beforehand and like fax them to you or email them to you, it does need to be done through, essentially, they have to be sending it to an encrypted email. So great question, great question. So yeah, we just essentially want to make sure that we are, you know, maintaining confidentiality and privacy for our people, and that just because we're treating, you know, a parent-child, and we think we have a pretty good idea of what's going on in that situation, if the other parent comes in without the child, or you don't have a release of information from the other parent, you can't give them that information. And I've literally been yelled at before because we weren't allowed to release appointment times to a parent of youth that we were seeing. And it turned out that the parents were still married and that he totally had access to the data. But as far as the practice was concerned, we could not release that to him until he was listed as somebody who could receive that information. And that's just a release of information. So one thing that's really nice about this website that I have posted here, the hhs.gov/HIPAA, is that you can go on there and they have a template HIPAA document that you can edit to suit your business's needs. And the only thing you're really going to edit is the business name, right? So you're going to put your business name in there, and then essentially you're going to have the patient sign that. sign a form saying that you gave that to the patient upon the initial visit. So when you're billing for a patient, you must have a HIPAA release on file. And again, that is, you can get the template for that on the website there. Oops. And there's the website. I did not mean to click on that. But that's pretty cool. So, and if you have any questions about it, just let me know. We can always, sidebar after the class too. So getting your practice set up, practicing professionals, what you must have, right? Professional license number, which I understand that all of us are licensed massage therapists in this meeting. The professional liability insurance. So this is like your AMTA, ABMP, your different insurance providers. There are other people out there that provide a much cheaper service. But one thing that you want to be careful about here with professional liability insurance is, I used to joke with people and say that as a practicing professional, you're going to stop whatever it is that you're doing before you injure somebody, right? So why do we even need insurance, right? And one person was like, well, you don't ever plan to get in a car accident, do you? I'm like, no, I certainly do not. And so it's this idea of having this protection. Now, I know AMTA, ABMP are comparable in annual price. And they are also comparable in maximum coverages, which for a single claim, I believe for both of them is up to $2 million. And then you can have an aggregate annually of up to $6 million. So essentially, I'm not giving you permission, but that essentially gives a provider the ability to injure somebody, 3 different people, up to $2 million a year, right? Now, it is possible that a provider might injure somebody further than that, right? So like if somebody comes in and they have, say, screws and pins in their low back, and for some reason they get dislodged during the service, this could be over $2 million in protection. It could potentially be over. So but I feel like that $2 million is a good limit. But really what's important here is there's things like insurance now and spa insurance and things like that, yes, it is a professional liability insurance, but you just want to make sure that those maximum coverages actually are going to cover any damages so that you don't get, that essentially you don't have to pay the difference and potentially go bankrupt, not only in your business, but also in your personal life. So this is a good thing to look at. If you're going with one of the national providers, though, you'll probably be all right, no problem. You also got to get an NPI number. So the NPI, this is something that you can apply for on the website here, and don't pay for it. Do not pay for an NPI number, because there are scammers out there that when you Google something like, sign up for NPI, right? That it's going to come up and they're going to charge you $200 to sign up. And all they're doing is forwarding the information that you just put in to the free system that you have access to, right? So do not pay for your NPI number. What an NPI number is and does is it's kind of like your social security number, but for a provider. So it gives the IRS the ability to look at each individual provider's revenue based on their NPI. And it also is an identifier that you are a legitimate medical professional because you've been vetted. Now, you can get an NPI number as an individual practitioner, right? So if you're trying to get a job for somebody, they're essentially going to make you get an individual NPI number so that they can bill for you. But they also have an organizational NPI number. right? So practices, clinics, even spas, anything like that that has multiple people that they're billing for under them, a third-party biller. This is going to be an organization NPI number. And essentially their revenues are going to be much higher than an individual NPI number. So they're in like a different category. And so let's see, also a free service to apply for your organizational NPI. Want to make sure that you guys are not paying for either of these though. It's very, very important to watch out for those scammers in the modern day. And then also you must have a state license or a borough license or potentially both. Like for instance, if you're practicing in the municipality of Wasilla, you must have the state license. And then you must also have a state business license and a Wasilla business license. So like, for instance, in Wasilla, you have to have 3 licenses in order to practice. Same thing with Valdez. How about up in Fairbanks? Do you know, Melanie, if you got to have a local Fairbanks business license and a state business license?
You don't have to have a borough license, but if you work in the city limits, you have to have a city license as well.
Okay, yeah. So it's, I mean, it's just another, it's essentially another fee, and you are signing up. They're making sure they're vetting people within the municipalities or the borough or the city to make sure that you know, they're licensing legitimate professionals. So it is you know, an added layer of credibility to the industry, which I can appreciate. Absolutely. As far as your NAICS code, I have gotten so many questions about which code do I choose? There's not one for massage. Well, technically, even if you are sitting with a business plan developer, like a third-party vendor who helps develop business plans, they are legally not allowed to tell you which code to choose. If you're in the licensing office, they legally are not allowed to tell you which code to put on your paper, because that is for you to decide and you to decide only, the business owner. Now, what I can do though, is I can advise you of which codes you might want to look at. And the one code that I would look at for NAICS is other personal services. Just because there is not a specific massage, wellness, medical, therapy, anything like that. It's the one that I think is used most often, potentially for massage therapists, is other personal services. Now I have 2. I decided to use that one, and then I also used other education services. Right, so I'm not a post-secondary institution. I'm not primary. I'm other education. So just something to think about there. When it comes to setting up our practice and clinic, we do have to have our forms. So this is where we're going to get into the form section, and I'm just going to pull them up here real quick. So if you weren't able to access the forms in your email, they are in our chat here. And the top one we already went through is the agenda. The second one is the billing insurance. And then the third one right here is going to be our new client intake. So this is the Space Within Alaska intake. And again, I am only asking questions that I feel are pertinent to my service, and also things that I can potentially help by the certified trainings that I've been a part of. So obviously we're going to need our client information, the date of intake, the phone number, the email is how I connect most with people, and then what they do for work. And the only reason why I'm collecting what they do for work is because maybe they're a truck driver and that's why their right leg looks like or feels like that. Or maybe they're a mechanic and that's why their Terrys are all angry because they're up over their head all the time. So a lot of people's dysfunction of what you're going to be addressing can be determined just by what they put in this data mark. The only reason why I ask these 3 questions, or these 2 questions, date of birth and gender, the only reason why that is significant to me in my practice, it has to do with insurance. because this information must be coded for insurance. Now, then I ask a little bit about, what their health histories are. I do a lot of cranial sacral and reflexology with people. So this is really good information for me to know. This is to kind of get a gauge for how they prefer their treatment, as far as what they want in the environment. And then we can take an initial data marker of where they're feeling, issues and whatnot. And then a little bit of, if there's anything specific right now. And now at the bottom here, this is where I ask people, do you have HSA or FSA? Which this is going to be a significant piece. Health savings account or a flexible spending account. Most, well, not most, excuse me. There are insurance companies or insurance policies within Premera and within Aetna and all the different insurance companies that offer what is a high deductible plan that is accompanied by an HSA or a FSA. So HSA stands for Health Savings Account, and an FSA is a federal savings account. So FSA is usually for your federal employees. It's going to be in federal. Now, what this is that employee or your patient is putting in on a regular basis a percentage of their paycheck to essentially their flexible spending account, not federal, sorry, flexible spending account or health savings account. And with that, they get a debit card essentially. And that debit card can be billed directly. It can be billed directly. You do not have to have prior authorization. You do not have to submit a bill. You essentially are just charging the card just like you would charge anybody else. Now, the only caveat to that is you cannot use a PayPal reader. So HSA and FSA will not charge via PayPal. Does somebody have a question?
Kirk, I do have a question about that.
What? Who am I speaking to?
Tammy.
Okay.
When you are taking payment via their HSA debit card, would you bill them the insurance rate or the cash at time of service rate?
Well, I'm gonna write that down right now. Insurance rate compared to cash rate, and we're gonna talk about what that means. Because some people might not know the difference yet, and we're also going to talk about legalities around how we talk about those things. Mm-hmm. And so, for instance, when we get into another form, we're going to look at two different codes that we're going to be billing under, right? And so I've figured out a really clear-cut way of differentiating between those two things, between a billable rate as compared to a cash rate, because technically we cannot say that. It is illegal to bill insurance one amount and to charge your patient cash the other. But there is a way around it. One way that we typically did it in the past was we would call it, okay, so if we're going to do a courtesy billing, we're going to do this courtesy billing. But then we also had a time of service, right? So if we had time of service payment, it was a lot less than if we had to originate a bill and pay our admin to do the work, right? So that's that. If you're going to call it, if you're going to say insurance versus cash rate, what you need to be calling it is an insurance or a billable rate compared to a time of service rate. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because essentially what's going to happen is say you see a patient 5 times on their insurance, right? And then they quit paying you for whatever reason. And then you start working with that patient on a time of service rate or a quote unquote cash rate. And that patient gets that receipt for that service, and they send that into the insurance company to get reimbursed themselves. And the insurance company is now going to look at the bill that they are sending you compared to the bill that you were sending them. And there's probably going to be a significant difference in the amount. But now the insurance company is going to come back to you and they're going to say, we are only reimbursing you for what this person sent us. We need all that other back. Does that make sense?
Oh.
Because it's like, why do they get it and we don't? And so if you're calling it a billable rate compared to a time of service rate, when the insurance company asks you that question, why are they getting a cheaper rate than us? You say, because you are not, if you are going to pay us the time of service, you get the same rate. But guess how many insurance companies pay at time of service? Anybody want to take a guess?
0.
0. You are the winner. Oh my God. Absolutely. There's not a single insurance company that is going to pay you time of service. And that is all you have to say to them. You do not have to explain. You do not have to verify. You do not have to validate why you did what you did. The only thing you have to legally say to them is, if you're going to pay me time of service, you get the same rate. But if I have to originate a bill, we're putting all this extra work into originating that bill, maintaining that client portfolio or that client record. So that's why we're able to bill additional rates. Does that make sense? A lot. Sorry, my dog's drinking water. She's probably real loud. So it's really just it's a minute detail in the way that we talk about the service, but it's very important for maintaining the ability to do it in the future. Because, I mean, that's why we're billing more. There's more that goes into the service than just what we're providing for the patient. We're now taking on that liability of providing an admin service for that patient as well, if we're going to bill their insurance for them.
How do you go about posting something like that, like on your website for prices?
Ooh, good question. Who asked this question?
Shannon.
Shannon. All right, Shannon. So the American Medical Association just made a new rule. So here's another regulation, and that is that you must have your rates published in the front of your office and on your website. The rate must be published. So the way that's we're gonna look at how that gets published. I'm essentially gonna give you the 1, 2, 3 on how you're able to publish the rates of what you're worth and the rate at what you bill. Okay. Because there's a little bit of a difference, but that is something that they just did, and I think there's a specification on it too, as far as how. Go ahead.
Does this somebody had posted on the Alaska Massage Therapy Network, besides what you just mentioned, that we can now only bill 20% less of this time of service rate than what we're billing insurance. Is that correct? Maybe that's what you were about to say?
So we are definitely going there. I'm pretty sure, though, as far as the solution that I'm going to give to you, it will not matter the difference. If that answers your question.
Okay.
Yeah. So hold on. I promise we're getting there. I just don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I promise we will get there. Let's just finish. Let's finish this form, and then we'll get into the next one. And yeah, we will revisit that. I'm writing all your questions down to make sure that we're going to get them answered.
So can you repeat this rate must be published on a website and what part of the business?
So it's only if you have a website, my dear. So if you don't have a website, you do not have to publish. But
okay.
If you have a website, it must be published for the public to see. And then the other piece was in your front office, like your waiting room, or
okay.
And it has to be, I believe, like, it's very specific. I think it has to be a 14 font. It's either 12 or 14, but I'm going to err on the side of caution and say that it is a size 14 font, and it has to be like a Times New Roman or a sans serif. It has to be something that is very obvious, right? Like they have to be able to read it from like sitting in a chair, essentially. And that, again, where that matters is if you're billing insurance and you get an audit, that must be present in the audit, because essentially that would be a finding if you don't have it. Or if you don't have it on your website, that would be a finding, right? And again, that first finding is only $1,500 to $2,500, depending on what it is. But the second finding, the cheapest second finding is $1.5 million, and they go up to $2 million.
And Kirk, this is Tammy.
Okay.
So those are national requirements for billing insurance, correct?
Absolutely. I would almost say that they're global requirements too. Well, as far as like who bills insurance. So like Canada, Europe, and America. And maybe Australia too. So yeah, that is something that, you know, and I've got some people in my social network that sometimes I'll click on their information and see what's going on their website, and I'm like, ooh, baby, we need to shift that, because I don't want people to get in trouble for not knowing. And unfortunately, you know, ignorance is not suitable defense. It's not an acceptable defense. Just because you didn't know does not mean that they're not going to prosecute you. Molly.
So just for clarity on those metrics, where are they coming from, or how do we know?
As far as metrics go?
Well, just where's the source for knowing the different terms, the billable rate versus the time of service, and having it posted and the fonts? Like where is that information?
So we are going to get to that form. We haven't gotten to it yet. We're getting there. This is Beth.
This is Laura.
Okay, Laura. Yeah, we're it is one of the forms. So yeah, we're getting to that part. So we're still on the new client intake. Workers' comp is a whole nother animal to bill with. It's different than health insurance or private insurance. It's essentially insurance provided through the state, and it's fairly easy to work with workers' comp, and they pay essentially every 2 weeks. So once you get approved to provide for somebody through a workers' comp claim, this is a really good avenue to start, because it'll get you, because state will help you. They will help you develop the conversation. If you ask questions, they will let you know. Whereas if you're calling an insurance company, they're not necessarily going to let you know. Motor vehicular accident. So if somebody's been in a car accident or whatnot, I'm gonna show you on the insurance verification form, there's a section, if this is the case, what questions we need to be asking when we call their insurance to verify them. And then at the bottom here, just have guaranteed a payment. This is really important to have. You guys are seeing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this guarantee of payment is really important, because it is essentially authorizing you to bill their insurance, and it is also protecting you if their insurance denies for whatever reason, that they are responsible for it, right? And then this informed consent is pretty significant. We have an additional, questionnaire that we need to ask about COVID, you know, the 4 questions, and also temperature taking. So that could also be put into this form. And this kind of gives people just a little bit of heads up, especially if they're reading your forms online, you know, what they can expect, and what they can expect of you, and what you expect of them. You know, it's kind of laying the groundwork for that. And then you get their signature on file, and you hold that. And so essentially this just kind of covers you if for whatever reason, somebody gets denied and you need to go back into to collect. Yeah, so I did have a comment come in. So as far as HSA and FSA goes, again, these are fairly easy to work with, because it's just the cash payment. However, your reader must be through a credit institution. So it must be through a legitimate bank. In Anchorage, I believe it is Cornerstone, and they hook you up with the machine called the Clover. So when you sign up with a legitimate credit institution, for your credit card processing. And if you haven't gotten one already and you're thinking about one, what you need to do is you need to call that company and ask if they allow FSA and HSA is able to be charged through their system. They will know. So like if something popped up and you were going to go for that cash register with that screen or whatever, you just, before you order it or sign up for any kind of plan or something like that, you just want to make sure that it works with HSA and FSA, because these third-party vendors, the PayPal and the Square and these different things like that don't work through that.
And that would be
What-
the time of service rate.
So it depends. It depends. It all depends on the service that you're providing, and who you're providing it for. So time of service rate is going to be called something else. That is one way you can talk about it, but I'm about to give you a new vernacular that is going to just make it crystal clear, easy peasy, no problem. So your office policies is that next form that is, I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm trying to rush through this, but there's a lot of information still to cover. I want to make sure we get through this, and I definitely will be answering that question here in just a minute. So what office policies do is they kind of, they protect you from, they kind of just set out your standard, right? So with people being sue happy or things like that, or any kind of like discrimination or anything like that, this just kind of allows you to cover your bases. This is an example of office policy sheet. This is something you could include in your intake, you know, and maybe have like a little initial by each one of these so that people understand what's going on. And
Some of these software programs that we're getting into for, like, say, Massage Book or Clinic Sense to help us with our intake forms and so forth, they only require the client to like type in their name as a electronic type signature type thing. It's not actually handwritten.
okay.
Are these forms allowed that way as well, or is this going to have to be pen and you know, a wet signature is what they would call it?
Right, yeah, wet signature is pretty significant. So I would have at least one wet signature on file, just to validate that that wet signature matches all of the forms that are being signed, if that makes sense. So,
Okay.
so you have that. So just in case, say there was ever an audit or anything like that, you could send that one piece of paper, maybe your informed consent or even your COVID form or whatever it may be, and then you can send that with all those electronic copies, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because one thing to keep in mind that is pretty significant is the only time you are sending patient information with a bill is when you're audited. And in my 12 years of working, I mean, I've definitely seen and been a part of some audits, and it is a very stressful thing to happen. But essentially, it's just kind of like a safety check to make sure that you're doing the right thing. And when people are abusing the system, this is where, you know, the audits, that's where they have their place. It's for people who are abusing the system. Now, and one thing that happened though, is I was working for a practice and they were abusing the system and they didn't even know they were abusing the system because they didn't know. You know, one thing about it is that, with let's see, I think it was Liz that asked the question about, you know, where are these standards about what we have to have in our practice? And unfortunately, I've never came across like this is what must be, and how that affects us as a provider is when we start billing insurance, when we get to a certain level of billing, they are going to check and see what we're billing. So if we're only billing under 1 or 2 codes like we're doing, because I mean, massage therapists only have like 4 or 5 codes that we bill under, right? And if we had $1 million revenue off of 4 or 5 codes, you better believe that you're going to get an audit and that they're going to shut you down. Because what's happening is you are essentially creating a cash cow off of one medical scenario, and that is not legal. And where that came into play is when I was working in a clinic, we had our organizational MPI, and we were billing out for, you know, anywhere from 8 to 15 therapists at a time. And the issue in audit was that all of these patients had about the same 12 diagnostic codes coming from the chiropractor, coming from the doctor. And then every single patient that was getting manual therapy was getting billed out under that code. So they want to make sure that people are coming in with multitude of diagnoses, right? So there are certain things in, if you're going to do like a clinical practice and work with multiple practitioners, that it takes it to a whole new level as far as what you can be audited for. And the big thing is I just want to make sure that everybody is staying safe, especially if you are working as an individual. You shouldn't have to worry about overuse fraud. Let's see here. So we got through this form here. We looked at office policies. So yeah, the big thing with office policies is that they are protecting you from any discrimination, claims of discrimination. Just sets the standard of this is how we bill everybody. This is the way we work with everybody. Nobody gets preferential treatment. One other thing while we're on the note of quote unquote insurance fraud would be you are only allowed to give a client, I think it's a gift of less than $25. So like say there's some practices out there that like to give like a goodie bag when you come in for your first initial appointment, and you are not allowed to give that person, you know, designer bag with Coco Chanel or whatever it may be in the bag. It has to be a value of less than $25. And that's because the insurance company does not want a provider buying its referrals from its patients, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Yes.
How does that relate to, say, a free 30-minute massage for their birthday?
A free, if that 30-minute massage is less than $25, then you are in the clear.
Okay, so not that either.
And yeah, technically that's an over gift. Now, keep this in mind though, Melanie, this only pertains to patients who you're billing for. But if you have that if you have that policy out there for everybody, right, then you have to honor it. However, you can have it in policy that folks who are getting their insurance billed for do not receive birthday incentive, if that makes sense.
How does it work with giving discounts? Like I had a person call the other day asking if we do veteran discounts or senior discounts, or what if, you know, do we do college age school discounts? Someone had told me once that you can't because it's preferential treatment.
Yeah, it's essentially the same thing. However, as long as the value of it is less than $25, you're fine.
Okay.
So, and again, it's only if you're billing for them, right? If you're not billing for them, you put it in, you essentially, one of your policies could be patients taking advantage of courtesy billing will not have entitlement to these incentives that you're giving people. Does that make sense? Because then somebody with
Yes.
insurance can't come back and say, oh, well, you're treating me this way just because of my insurance. And you pull up your policies and procedures and say, I'm not just treating you this way, I'm treating all patients this way that have this. So,
Okay,
if that makes sense.
that's one of my big reasons for not doing insurance is I want to be able to, you know, to give discounts, to share, to do whatever I think is needed for a particular person.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, as long as your service is at $300 an hour and you're giving people 20% off, I mean, if you're giving people 20% off of $100, that's within the limits. You don't have to create a policy. But if your service is $200 and you're giving people 20% off, that's a $40 discount. That's significant,
Right.
right? But if your service is, you know, $100, or even if it's $200 an hour and you give them 10% off, that's $20. You know, it's under that $25 mark. And I mean, I don't want you guys to get bogged down with the idea of, oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm doing the right thing here or not. I don't want to get popped for fraud. Like, I don't want you guys to get bogged down with this idea of fraud. But at the same time, I want you to make sure you clearly look at the situation that you are creating for other people to involve themselves with, so that you maintain your professional integrity and safety, essentially. So we have informed consent, which we kind of looked at that on the intake form. That intake form is nice because it kind of shows you how you can blend these documents together, right? Because I mean, this is the big thing with informed consent, is that people are telling you that they are going to keep you up to date on their medical charts. Because if they come in with a new medical condition and they haven't informed you and you haven't included it in their medical file and you injure them because of it, it's not your fault. You are not liable for it if they haven't informed you of the issue, of the new issue. So just something to think about here. Let's see, our next form is insurance verification. So this is going to be a biggie. It might be a new form for some people to look at, but this is going to be what's going to help you do your verifications on folks. So say you have a patient that wants to come in and receive your services from insurance that you've already been seeing. What you're going to do is you're going to have them fill this form out. So the reason why I collect their data markers again is just to have it right in front of me when I'm calling these different companies. So it's their name, their date, birthday, address, zip code, phone, email, occupation, their employer, primary care physician, and then we're transferring whatever they answered on the intake form over to here. And then we're going to come down here and we're going to put their primary insurance company, right? This is on their insurance card. The ID number, group number, insurance phone number, all of that is on the insurance card, right? And you must write that down, essentially get it from their card. You're also going to need to take a copy of the front and back of their insurance card and the front and back of their ID. And that must be kept on file all the time. So now when you call this insurance phone number, okay, wait a second, let me back up just a little bit. You're gonna wanna do insurance verifications. Might not be something that you do every day. I would set like maybe like a Monday and a Friday, or a Tuesday and a Friday, or something like that. Because if you, so they're like, if for those of us that are in Alaska, they're 4 hours ahead of us, most of them. And so if we're calling in at 8 o'clock, it's already noon there, and there is the potential that you're going to be on hold until the end of the day and not actually even get to talk to anybody. So what I would do is set a day that is for insurance verification. And the best thing you can do is get up at 4 a.m. and call as soon as they open in the morning. Because if you wait until midday, you're going to be on hold until the end of the day and not even get to talk to anybody. So when you're running this information for somebody, you want to do it early in the morning. The questions that you're going to want to ask are, what's the amount of the deductible, right? So this is going to be, you know, it could be $200 to $500, it could be $2,500, it could be $5,000. The insurance company will tell you. and how much the person has satisfied to date. So maybe they've already met their full deductible of $5,000. You know, somebody gave birth and boom, no problem. You cover your deductible, right? Or had a broken arm or leg or something. Their deductible is set. They're ready to go. And then what that means is that if their deductible has been met, they're only going to have to pay their copay amount. So I forgot who asked earlier about being in versus out of network with Aetna. I think it was Miss Liz. Where this matters, this in versus out of network, is so like with Aetna, they allow you to be an out of network provider. But what matters there is that as an out of network provider, your patient is going to pay a higher copay. And an example of what this might look like is an in-network provider's patient might be paying $35 for their copay, right? And that's all they have to pay. And an out-of-network provider might have a $65 copay or a $60 copay, right? So that's one instance that it might change. This out-of-pocket amount over here, I'm skipping this one for now, but this out-of-pocket is another place that it can change for in versus out of network. And what that might look like is it's typically a percentage, but it might be a specific dollar amount. So it could be for an in-network provider, it could be say 0, right? For like Premera Blue Cross, it's 0. They only have to pay their copay. But for like Aetna, it might be 0 for an in-network provider. I don't know for sure right now if it's 0, but it might be $60 on top of that $60 copay. So essentially if you're an out-of-network provider, the patient could potentially be spending more than if they were to just be coming in and paying cash. Does that make sense? Does anyone need any clarification on that? Okay. So it's best to go and figure out if there is a specific insurance company you're looking at working with. And I published the 2 main ones, but there are a lot of others. And start looking at filling out the in-network provider paperwork and information. So co-insurance amount, this is where you have like a spouse, right? This is where like a spouse's insurance comes into play. And essentially, if somebody, because somebody might be, that copay might be covered by the spouse's insurance, right? And so it's significant to look at this because so the piece here is that the primary billed insurance is the client insurance. So whoever you're working with. So say you have a patient who has a spouse, right? And your patient's insurance will not cover massage or the treatment that you're about to give. But you know that their spouse's insurance will. That does not mean that you are allowed to discredit the patient's insurance and jump right into billing the spouse's insurance. You must bill the primary first, receive a denial, and once you get that denial, then you can bill the spouse's insurance. If you go straight into billing spousal insurance without getting that the denial from the primary, it could pop you for audit. So just make sure that you're billing first, even if you know that it's coming back denied, you must get the denial, and then you can bill secondary or even tertiary insurance.
Kirk, is that the same for Medicare if that's their primary?
Yes, ma'am. That is the #1 scenario right there. You must get denial from Medicare and Medicaid first before you bill husband or wife's Premera Blue Cross. That's exactly what we're looking at. And the other instance is when we start getting into, let's see, is it even in here? So there's a primary insurance here, and then there's the secondary for spouse, right? But there is an instance where you might have that tertiary insurance, and where it comes up most is with children, or like a disabled dependent or something like that, somebody who's on Social Security or disability and they live with both parents, right? They're going to have Medicare, Medicaid, and then the parents may also have 2 different insurance policies. So that person has 3 insurances covering them. Now, okay, so now that we're on this topic, say you have that person that's a Medicare, Medicaid patient, and they have both parents, right, that both have insurance. Which parent do you think is going to be the primary insurance that you bill second? After you get your denial, which parent are you going to bill first?
The custodial parent,
The
mother.
The mother, yes. The mother's insurance is primary. Well, it's secondary after the primary with all children, with all dependents. Mother's insurance first, and then father's insurance. How we doing, y'all? Everybody
Good.
Everybody doing okay? All right.
So
Yeah.
far, so good.
Okay, I'm not even gonna stop for a bathroom break because I'm good right now. And if you need to, turn up your volume, feel free. But we're just gonna keep rolling. So now we're gonna get down into, let's see. So on this insurance form, I'm also giving you an idea of what types of coverage we're looking for. Now, most people are like, oh, does the insurance cover massage? Well, massage is a specific code, right? And we're going to look at that code here in just a minute. And it has a lot lower regional allowable than physical therapy, right? Physical therapy is also, so anytime somebody is receiving physical therapy, they are being billed out under manual therapy. There is not a code for physical therapy. There is only, like, there's exercise codes and there's like hydrotherapy codes, but there is, for like, if a physical therapist is actually touching to manipulate, it goes under manual therapy. So when you call the insurance company to verify, most insurance companies do not cover for massage. I'm gonna let you know that right now. Most insurance companies will deny you. And if you don't know what questions to ask past, does my patient's insurance cover their massage treatments? They're gonna say no, almost 85-90% of the time, unless they have some platinum line, diamond encrusted insurance with spinning rims and hydraulic system. You're going to get a denial on massage every single time. And that is where people are like, I can't even do it. Like, most people are like, I've been denied so many times. And it's because they're not asking the question the right way. So you get your denial, boom, you got no, right? And so you move on to your second question. Do you cover physical therapy? Well, yes, we do. Awesome. What's the limit of coverage? And what limit of coverage is here is it could be a couple different things. Notice how there's a hashtag here. It could be a dollar amount. So it could be up to $8,500 a year or $10,000 a year or $50 a year. And it could be a session amount. So how many times can they come in for a full service? And so say you get 18, right? Or 24 or 75. I've gotten a client with 75. It's an old federal insurance policy for retired federals. And it is the Cadillac Premier Insurance because they can come in for massage once a week plus 20, or I think it's 18 incidental sessions. So they can come in once a week for the rest of their life. Those are the patients that, not just because it's of a revenue thing, but you want to hold close to those folks and provide really great service when you get them there. I mean, you want to provide great service for everybody, but it's just an example. So say you get an 18 or a 24, that's a little bit more standard in the industry. That means 18 full hour services, not 18 units, right? Because how many units is a 1 hour service? Anybody know?
4.
4 units. All right. So a unit, unless it is otherwise stated in the CPT manual, is 15 minutes. And there are some codes like we're going to look at here in just a minute, that are evaluation codes. Okay, and that evaluation can go up to 30 minutes per unit, but it's going to say specifically if it is more than 15 minutes, right? So essentially, every manual therapy or massage service session is going to be 4 units. And so how this translates to significance here is when we're looking at billing, we set our billing standards based off of a single unit, right? We don't set it off of the hour in itself, because sometimes we might only do 30 minutes, right? Or 45 minutes. And so that would be 2 units for 30 minutes, or it would be 3 units for 45, right? And we'll talk about that. We'll get into more detail on that in just a minute here. So the important thing here is that when you ask the insurance company if your patient's insurance will cover physical therapy and they say yes, you are in for the win, friends. You are in for the win, because physical therapy is manual therapy. Now, if you ask the insurance company if they bill for manual therapy, they're going to tell you no. They don't even know what it is. They don't have any idea. So it's like a vernacular thing that gets lost in translation, and it is confusing as all get up. But that's why I'm here, and that's why we're having this conversation, is to hopefully bring some clarity to this idea that when you ask the insurance company if the patient's insurance pays for physical therapy, what they have just told you is that you are able to bill under the manual therapy code.
Can I ask a
Yep,
question?
go ahead.
This is Shelley. In the past, when I've done verification, I've run into a problem where they'll say, yes, they cover it, but they will only cover it in like the chiropractic office or the physical therapy office, not a private massage practice. Is that still an issue?
Right. So location, how does that work? So location is variable, and it can, I mean, essentially a mobile practitioner can bill, because we'll see on the HCFA form, there is a address of service, right? So as long as you're putting the address, so like if you went to somebody's home, you just put their house for the address of service. As far as the insurance only provide, I am familiar with this idea that insurance will only cover for manual therapy or massage under a chiropractor. However, I think it's just massage. It's not necessarily the manual therapy. So they're only covering for massage in a chiropractic setting. So that is something that you could ask the insurance company about, though. Like, is there any additional information to billing that I need to be aware of? And they may give you the runaround, they may give you a website for more information. But as far as manual therapy goes, I think it might be a little bit different.
Okay.
And again, it's each insurance is going to be different. And then, like, for instance, each union, like for instance, like the teachers unions, you might have one Aetna. This is where that group number comes into play, is that you might have one group of teachers that has one group number, and then another group of teachers that has a different group number. So just because it's Aetna doesn't mean that the rates of coverage are the same. So this is where this verification process comes in. And once you start going through this form multiple times, this conversation of getting people verified, I mean, it happens very quick, very quick. Because once you get the go ahead here, this is when you're going to create your service plan, right? Because this is just the first authorization here. And then once we get the yes on physical therapy, right? If they say no, I mean, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. But if they say yes, there's additional steps to essentially getting reimbursed. So just because they said yes doesn't mean that they're necessarily just going to pay, boom, right here, right now. Let's see here. So we go down to the second page of this form, and this is where motor vehicular accidents and workers' comp information comes in. And essentially what we're looking at here is your patient is going to have the name of the insurance company that is responsible to pay, which is usually going to be the driver at fault. Let's see, there is one question on here that you're going to want to get, and you might want to get a copy of it, which is, was fault declared at the scene of the accident? I'm going to type that over here for everybody. Was fault determined at the scene of the accident? So why, does anyone want to jump in with why that might be significant? The main reason why we're looking at fault and why that might be significant is if the patient came in and they were like, oh yeah, this person hit me, and now I'm covered for up to this, and let's get this thing going. Well, say you provide 18 treatments for that person, and the whole time you're providing treatment, the case is waiting to go into arbitration to determine fault. And then at the end of the arbitration, they determine that your patient was at fault. There's a couple different ways that could play out. Number one is that you're gonna have to send back the insurance company everything that they've sent you. So they're gonna hit you with that bill, the provider, whoever they've been paying. That's one way it could play out. Another way it could play out is that you've just been giving this patient these services, banking on that they are going to have a payout at the end of the arbitration. And now that payout is not coming for them. Now the patient is responsible for that bill, and you have their signature that says they're responsible for that bill. So any ideas on what you can do now? Like how you would go about what the next step would be?
Wouldn't you have to pay? You would have to go after the client for payment, wouldn't you?
Oh, you would have to go after the client for payment. And how do you think that's going to work out?
How do you what?
How do we think that going after a client is going to work out?
It probably isn't going to go very well, so you'd end up having to sue them.
That's exactly right. And since you have their signature, you are going to legally be allowed to sue them. Well, first you have to take them to collections. And I think they have up to 90 days in collections. And then after that, if you don't recoup your costs in collections, you can take them to court, you can sue them. So how do you think that's going to work out for us in the end as a private practitioner?
Well, they can make a judgment against you, but if they choose to do bankruptcy, you're still SOL.
That's true. That's true. You don't even have a paddle and you're swimming in it with that particular case. And the other thing about that is that say you do recoup your costs. In business, I'm sure maybe you've heard something along these lines, but if you satisfy a single customer, you may get 3 to 5 referrals from that customer. But if you dissatisfy a customer, how many referrals are you going to get from them?
None.
And how many people are they going to tell, don't ever go to them? They're going to take advantage of you. They're going to hit you with the bill. They made false promises. So they're going to go out and smear your name to 10, 15, 20, 30 of their friends. So when it comes to, go ahead.
I'm currently in this situation, and what I did was I just went back and honored the time of service rate to get something.
Yep.
And the people were very grateful and paid.
That's a beautiful thing that you have that, because that's really where it's at. And now one thing about it, and you're gonna want to talk to your tax person about this, but one thing I might suggest is that if you have proof that you originated in the original bill was higher than what you were able to recoup, that amount that you were unable to recoup is a write-off. So say that you recouped 3,000 and you were out 2,000, that $2,000 essentially can go as a deduction on your taxes because it is unrecouped, essentially philanthropic expense, like you gave that to somebody. And you could, one way I've heard about people doing this is writing that off as marketing and advertising budget. And now I am not a tax professional, but what I will say on that is that you want to be careful about the amount you are writing off from people, right? Because if your write-offs are 60% of what you are bringing in, that is going to be a massive audit. I mean, massive flag for an audit. But
I
go ahead.
have a CPA, and,
Okay.
and I might be totally wrong, so somebody jump in if I'm wrong, but he told me when I can't write it off, so I do put it in advertising. But if you were to like donate or try to write off, you can only write off like a portion of your rent and the products you use. Your time is of no value.
As
That's
far as-
exactly what he told me.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. But so your time is of no value. However, you gifting this person the ability to go out and say, oh my gosh, this person took such good care of me and they really cared for me and I feel super nurtured with the service that they provided. That's all like essentially marketing and advertising. So it's a way of rationalizing it. It is a gray area. Do not get me wrong. It is a gray area. And it is really what it boils down to is, are you going to be able to stand in front of a judge and defend why you did what you did and sound legitimate and reputable, right? And so what my recommendation on that is do not go over 30%. So do not have your whatever write-offs you're doing for this that might happen. Do not allow that amount to get over 30%. So essentially, if you're doing $100,000 in revenue, up to $25,000, $30,000 is acceptable. Like it's going to be below an audit flag. But at the same time, you need to talk with your tax professional, because I don't know the specifics of individual businesses. But as an individual, especially in your first 2 to 3 years, typically the IRS is expecting a loss as you develop, and then you start creating positive revenue. But I mean, if you're making positive revenue in the first 2 to 3 years, that is awesome. And I mean, that's where we want to be, right? But keep in mind that we're going to have those initial startup expenses and things in our business in those first 2 to 3 years. And the IRS is familiar with that situation as well.
Can I ask a question too? This is Liz.
Liz, what's up?
So I know you said you're not a tax specialist.
Right.
And it's also not really about insurance billing, but about that write-off you were talking about. It just made me think, I have so many no-shows as employee, so many no-shows and late patients, and then I have to make up the time sometimes for them unpaid, which I know that last piece of it is even less okay. Well, anyways, but is that something we can write a tax write-off for? And again, it's this.
Again, it kind of, I think I'm pretty sure I understand what you're asking. Let me see if this answers your question. The big thing is that you want to have it in your policies and procedures, right? Whatever your cancellation policy is. And if you are unable to recoup any of those expenses, you must have proof that you asked that person for legitimate reimbursement. Right. And then essentially this becomes, it's kind of like what I think it was Shannon was saying earlier, that your time is not of value when it comes to writing off.
Yeah. Okay.
So it could be another, maybe like an other deductible. However, I would really get clarification from a tax professional on that one. But it would be worthwhile keeping track of all of that revenue that you're missing out on. So at the
Oh my gosh.
Right.
So interesting. Thank you.
End of the year, no problem. And I mean, we can always talk sidebar after this too. If you got more questions about taxes or business or anything, we can help you out there, no problem. So let's see. So we got the MVA workers' comp. It's pretty basic information that you're getting from them. And the nice thing about these guys is that you do not have to have a service plan authorization. You do not have to write out like what you're going to be doing for this person in the next few sessions or whatever. Sometimes with workers' comp, they like to see that and they'll request, you know, how are you going to fulfill this work order? But once the work order has been written by the doctor, if you are the person that is getting referred to and you have that MPI number, essentially they're gonna green light it almost instantly. And then the nice thing about that is every time you bill workers' comp, they pay out 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, boom, boom, boom. So it's like a paycheck. It can be a really good situation for people. On MVA, the caveat there, or I guess not even a caveat, something that is really beneficial to know about MVA. And I learned this through working with a personal injury attorney in his office at one point in time. And one thing that we discussed here is that typically so say somebody gets in an auto accident and the other driver is at fault. Now with auto insurances, it's just like personal health care. Some cover up to $25,000 in damage, some cover up to 250, some cover up to $500,000. If you get additional insurance, you know, it could be $1 million. Now, if you hit one person, the insurance is probably going to cover it. But say it's like a bus full of people, you know, this is a completely different personal injury insurance situation that has to be addressed a completely different way. But since we're just typically dealing with individuals or families, which even a family of 3 or 4 that, you know, is injured in a car accident, whether it be whiplash or, you know, torticollis or whatever it may be, there is a maximum of which is allowed to be covered, the limit of coverage. And so what the limit of coverage is, it is the driver at fault's limit. Right? If anything over their limit is needed, the injured person's insurance will kick in. But again, you have to prove that the driver at fault's coverages have been maxed out, and then you can get into the individual patient's insurance plan will also take care of them. And so the crazy thing about MVA is this is like a rushed service. So we are trying to get that person in as quick as possible. We are making accommodations for them, that we wouldn't make otherwise, because this is a hot situation and they need to be taken care of immediately. So since we're doing all this dancing around, getting our schedule figured out for them, we can actually bill more for MVA. So this is like the one instance where you can originate a higher bill and not have it be like fraud or discrimination or anything like that. And what the PI attorney told me was that typically in an auto accident, the limits of coverage is a race for medical providers to hit limit of coverage. They are trying, each individual provider is trying to essentially maximize or get the maximum benefit from that rate of coverage. And so when you think about it, if somebody only has, say, a $15,000 or $50,000 limit of coverage and somebody breaks a back, that $50,000 isn't going nowhere. It's going to the hospital from x-rays, MRIs, and a specialist, maybe. So there's not even going to be any money on that policy to provide physical therapy for. So I know in Florida, there was a company that got in really big trouble for this because what they were doing was they were creating massage places and they were hiring fresh out of school students. So hardly any medical awareness or background or specialty training, advanced training or anything like that. And they were only working with MVA patients and they were billing out $400 an hour was their standard charge. Well, that ended like 12 months after it began because they were audited by the I think it was American Medical Association, and they were essentially had their licenses pulled. The business owners, not the practitioners. So just because we can bill more doesn't mean that we, take it all. And there's another term that I'm going to put in here right now, and it is billing with integrity, right? We want to make sure that this is a service that everybody can take part of. And as long as we as individual practitioners are billing with integrity, we're going to be just fine.
I have a question with that.
Go ahead, who's this?
This is Beth.
Okay, Beth, what's up?
So I guess what would you consider adding on to that?
Like,
your actual typical rate. What would you feel comfortable charging somebody on top of that? Is it
with an MVA?
Yes.
With MVA, we're looking at probably like 250.
Okay.
And the reason why is because in that 250 is an evaluation, right? And you have to justify why you are billing this much. It's just like billing healthcare insurance, but you have to justify, that this amount of time was here and this amount of time was here. And the thing about it is if you are going to bill up at $250 an hour for MVA, you better have, excuse me, let me back up just a little bit. And we're going to get into this topic here in just a minute. I know I keep saying that, but we're going to get there. It is really good to have an advanced credential. So if you have advanced credentials, things that are additional to your license certification from your schooling, primary, you want to go for secondary certifications, because the more secondary advanced certifications you can get and the longer the trainings are and the more credible they are, the higher you can bill, because you are essentially amplifying your credential, right? Like you are becoming more and more familiar with medical, with medicine, with treatment, with procedures, all of these different things. So time and trainings give you the ability to bill at a higher rate, because you can stand with confidence and say, this is why I did that, because this advanced training and this advanced training taught me that this is how we address that situation, and this is how I'm justifying the bill that I put forward for that. And now with billing for MVA, it's kind of like shoot for the moon or shoot for the stars and hope for the moon, right? Because just because you're billing $250 an hour does not mean they're going to come back and reimburse you on that. But they might come back and reimburse you at like $198 an hour or something like that. So you're going to agree at some point in time to a lesser rate than that $250 an hour, if that makes sense. But you don't want to undershoot yourself, because say you go for $70 or $80 and they come back and they're like, well, we're only going to reimburse you 65% of that, right? 65% of $80 is a lot less than 65% of $250, if that makes sense. And the big thing is that when you start billing, if you haven't gathered already, there's a lot more administrative function that goes in to your practice, right? So you're essentially taking on another job outside of providing service, because all of these things have to be in place in order to provide it for your people. But again, we're going to talk about a way that it's kind of like almost like an additional way around it, I guess. So we'll get there. Let's see here. Did that answer your question, Beth? I'm sorry.
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
Okay. Again, I have that guaranteed a payment here on the bottom of the insurance verification, just to make sure that it drives it home for them that if your insurance for whatever reason does not bill or does not pay for this, it's your responsibility. And whatever deal you work out with them is essentially what you work out with them. So let's see. Super bill template. So boom, here we go, Beth. We're jumping into it right now. This is one way that you can kind of get around like the complexity of filling out the HCFA and sending out the bill and all that jazz. So what this is like this again, this is just a template. It doesn't have to look like this. But all of this information in this top box must be on a super bill. Essentially, all the data markers here must be collected, right? And so you see here, I've got, manual therapy, cranial sacral, taping, evaluation. So these two are going to have their own codes. This has their own code, right? This has its own code. When a chiropractor sees somebody, this is what's being billed out under. But we're not putting the code number there because they don't need to know. They don't even know what it is, right? So we put a little bit more specification of what we're actually doing with this person. This is some of their insurance information that goes on there, and then financial data. And then essentially we're putting in, this is where, you might only do 3 units of manual therapy and then maybe 1 unit of a hot cold pack, right? So that brings you to your hour. So you would put that here. And then this is where you would put all the your personal practitioner information, and then you sign it. And essentially this is now going to go to the patient, and they are going to get reimbursed from their insurance company. So
Kirk, I got a quick question.
What's up?
So working at a chiropractic clinic, my concern of not using the billing code number is, for example, ART, they call it experimental and they won't cover it. So I'm wondering, like with the taping and everything, do you run into problems with having the verbiage versus the number?
So taping has its own code.
Okay.
And that, when I made this, definitely has so in the office procedures, those are all, they all have a CPT code essentially.
So how come you don't use the codes? Is it harder for them?
Just because the people who are so your client they're not going to know what it is, right? And then most of the time at the insurance company, when they're looking at this, they're not even going to look at that. They're essentially just going to look at the, sorry, I keep pointing with my finger. They're not even going to look at this. They're going to look at this. They're going to look at this.
So you're more likely to get paid this way than by
this. So what this is you are getting paid via the patient. You're giving them this super bill form, and then they are the ones being reimbursed. So they're the ones that's waiting on the payment, not you. And again, you do not have to supply any other information except for this, except for the super bill form. But sometimes, you're putting your practice information down here. The insurance company might call you for more specific information. Like they might want to see the doctor's referral to your practice. They might want to see the intake form. They might want to see the SOAP notes for each of the sessions. And if that is the case, if they want to see all of that, you have to make sure that you are on point and you have it available for them when they ask. Because what's going to happen is if you can't provide that documentation, then the patient is not going to get reimbursed. So taking that into mind, when we start looking at regional allowables, you want to keep your super bill in mind, because what you put on your super bill is going to be those advertised rates. And you might even add, you know, like a massage column here. But the only reason why I didn't put massage column on this form is because most insurances won't pay for massage. It's kind of like what you were saying, Melanie. Most insurances won't pay for ART specifically. But that doesn't mean that ART doesn't fit into one of these two codes. You know what I mean? Like what you're actually doing, because each of the codes are going to have a specific definition of what you're doing. And we're going to look at that here in just a minute. It'll probably be a lot clearer once we get to that form on, you know, as far as coding and what the procedure actually is. Here you can select your modalities. So you might actually put ART down here in modalities used, because most people aren't going to know what a sports massage is compared to a lymphatic drainage massage, like that are actually working the admin side. Like they're not even going to know, you know, and most of these people that you're calling for insurance verification, they're fresh out of high school and they're reading out of a manual. Like they don't even know what you are doing as far as providing. So we're like, it's interesting because we as medical providers, you know, calling to talk to the insurance companies, we're not talking to a medical provider on the other side. We're talking to somebody working a 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and they're trying to recoup the most amount of revenue for the company they're working for. Right. So they're essentially just giving you a cold answer out of a manual. Like they literally can, you know, type it in, boom, and there's the answer to the question type of thing. So just something to keep in mind, that you are way more familiar with what you're doing than they are, but we have to give them reason for what it is that we're doing. And now this super bill form might have too much information, right? Like you don't even have to give them this modalities used section, right? You don't necessarily have to do that unless they ask for it. So, yeah, who's that?
Hi, this is Liz. So if we were to example bill for the, what is it called? The motor vehicle accident, and we were to put in 250, then would we put in, where it says office procedures, manual therapy, and evaluation, do we put the whole amount under manual therapy, or how do we split that up?
So yeah, you're going to split it up, and we're going to look at how you split it up, because essentially that first session, that evaluation session, one of the units is going to go to evaluation, and then 3 of the units is going to go towards manual therapy to make up your hour. But it'll actually probably be an hour and 15, because again, on that evaluation code, the definition is that it is up to 30 minutes. And we'll look at that here in just a minute. No problem. So this is just, you know, again, super bill form right here. You can Google something along the lines of super bill templates. And then that way you can kind of get an idea of what some other practices are doing as far as what you want to create for yourself. I just put that into our group chat over here. So a super bill template on Google. And then just look at images and see what other people are doing out there. And then we already talked about HIPAA. So I'm not even going to hit into that anymore. It's essentially for privacy protection, and the template for HIPAA is online for that. Okay, we still got some information to cover, so let's do this thing. So waiting periods, we talked about this a little bit already too. For individuals, so this is network status, right? So for individuals, an in-network status could take you anywhere from like 2 days to 2 to 3 weeks sometimes. Organizations can take up to 6 months, 3 to 6 months to get in network. And sometimes they won't even allow you. Right? If there's too many organizations already in the service area, they will essentially make you wait longer to make sure you really want to get in. And now that's not necessarily with Premera and Aetna, but things like UMR and American First and different things like that. Some of these smaller Affordable Health Care Act plans, different thing like that, excuse me, can really change the amount of time that you're waiting to become an in-network provider. And that's why I'm saying that at the end of class today, like if you decide this is something that you want to do and you want to work with healthcare, or private healthcare, you're going to want to fill out Premera and Aetna as soon as we're done. Also, individuals can bill out under a social security number. Organizations are billing out under a tax ID. Now, as an individual, you can also get a tax ID, which if you're billing a lot, I would recommend it, because for every bill you originate, it has your social security number on it. So, you know, if you're only seeing a couple people, it's not really that big of a deal. But if you're seeing 10, 15 people a week over a year, that's a lot of documents with your personal information on it. And, you know, we would like to think it's secure. Somebody had that question about encryption earlier. But, you know, with last year, you know, we had the things with like, what was it, like Apple got hacked, and some of these things that we think are just, you know, the creme de la creme of security, they were compromised. So that's something to think about, getting a tax ID number, which also that's free. You don't have to pay for it. We talked about client benefits as far as what they'd be paying, the difference of pay. So like, for instance, if you have a patient with Premera Blue Cross, you can't even see them. Their insurance won't cover anything unless you're in network. And then the other situation is like with the Aetna, where their copay and the amount that they pay is much higher if you're out of network. And it actually, in most cases, people are paying more for out of network providers than if they were to just be paying time of service. Does somebody have a question? Okay, so the practice benefits of network status, in or out, is if you're out of network, you're probably not going to get as many people, right? If you're in network, you are making yourself available to a much greater pool of individuals seeking care. And the other benefit too of being an in-network provider is that as soon as you are confirmed and approved, your information goes on their website. So like when you become a preferred provider for Premera Blue Cross, the next time somebody's looking for a practitioner in the local area, you're on that list, right? They can get a hold of you based off of where the insurance company's telling them to go to look for providers.
Hey, Kirk, I have a question. This is Tammy.
Okay, what's up, Tammy?
So I know you're talking about the organization being in network as a preferred provider. Let's say my business is in network. Do each one of my therapists also need to be in network, or can I just bill under my business?
Great question, and yes, they do.
Okay, that's what I had thought, because
Yeah.
you're putting their NPI down as the provider, and I'm just putting my information down as business.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so essentially you're going to have a primary and a secondary billing number, NPI. And in that case, there's actually going to be a third NPI number. Anybody know where that third NPI number comes from? So the primary is the organization. The secondary is what we're trying to figure out right now. It's the question that I've posed to you guys. And the third NPI number is the actual provider of the service. When we're talking about providing the services that we do, we're going to have, and you're an organization, you're going to have 3 NPI numbers. So the first one's organization, the second one is the question, and then the third one is the provider. So who must the patient see first in most cases in order to receive the service?
Oh, their care provider.
And who is that care provider?
Well, it would be like the doctor, chiropractor.
There you go. Yeah, so essentially you are going to be billing that NPI. That NPI number must be on the billing form as well. So the providing, or sorry, the referring doctor.
Referring.
The referring doctor must also be on that form. And there's a space for it on the HICFA. I'll show you when we get there. So originating your first bill. Woohoo, here we go. Insurance verification, medical referral. So we looked at insurance verification already. So you're going to go through that whole process, right? So what I would recommend is that if you have somebody with insurance that you want to bill, you collect their data on their next appointment or before, if you want, and start working on their insurance verification to determine whether or not they're at, whether or not they are able, and then whether or not they have met their deductible, and you can have that information ready for them when they come in. Even though it's way easier for them to get that information, we're providing the service. So we have to sit on hold with the company for a while. Now, if they call, it doesn't matter what time of day, boom, they're in right there, they're talking to somebody. But as a medical provider, we're waiting in line, we're in the queue. So insurance verification, number one, to make sure that they can be paid for. And this has to do with personal private healthcare. This does not have to do with MVA or workers' comp. I mean, you're gonna do those things, but it's not as pertinent, it's not as difficult to get a hold of people with MVA and workers' comp. Medical referrals. So here is one caveat that I think a lot of practitioners might be oversighting. Like, clearly my patient needs this, right? Clearly they need massage. But if they do not have a medical referral, they're not ever going to pay for it. They must have a medical referral to your practice. And I used to have like a referral pad, right? Where if I had, so one thing I might recommend is that if you know somebody who is a doctor or a referring provider that does not have massage in their location already, that you take, like a stack of referral forms to them and say, if you have somebody that needs massage or you think that can benefit from my treatments, you're welcome to keep this. However, most doctors' offices are just going to straight up email you or fax you their referral and just put their information on it. And their information they'll have their NPI, their phone number, their address, all these different things. And it'll also tell you, how many treatments, for how long the treatments are. I would be really careful about treating on a single referral that is greater than 2 months. So like if the doctor writes a script for, 3 months of massage, I would get a re-verification or another referral at the second month. Just because you don't want that referral to go too far out and not get reimbursed for the last part of the order. But if you get another referral, 2 months into it, and most doctors are only writing like maybe a 6 week referral. 6 weeks to 2 months is pretty average for what doctors write. Your service plan authorization. So what this is after you get your medical referral, so you've verified the insurance, it does in fact pay. You've gotten a referral, right, from the doctor, and that referral is for, maybe pretty standard is like, 2 times a week for the first 2 weeks, or maybe even 3 times a week for the first 2 weeks, 2 times a week for the next 4 weeks, and then 1 time a week for the last 2 weeks. But it really depends. I mean, you might have to see this person twice a week for 2 months. So it just really depends. But what's going to happen is, say you have, this patient that's just been referred to you for 20 sessions, right? Or, 2 months. And in that 2 months, you plan on providing 16 sessions. What you're going to do here is you're going to write out session 1, essentially a future SOAP note for each session. So like session 1, we are going to assess and address pain in the right quad, hamstring, and glute area. Boom, right? Session 2, we are going to reassess and address rectus femoris and glute max. Session 3, we are going to reassess and address vastus lateralis and glute mid. Right, so in the first one, I did like a gross treatment, right, the whole segment. In the second session, more specific, right? And I'm not putting all the muscles, because if you put all the muscles in one session, what you going to do in the future? Right, so essentially we're breaking down that segment per muscle or per type of manipulation, right? So that as we write our service treatment, boom, we get this full 16 session protocol written out. We turn that into the insurance company. They give us a stamp of approval, and we're essentially guaranteed to be paid for 16 sessions, no matter what it is. It's a bit daunting. However, what you might do is you might create like a service plan template, so that when you have somebody come in for a 6-session treatment or a 12-session treatment or a 16 or 24, you kind of have like a template already created where you can go in and just shift the differences for that person specifically. And this service plan authorization is a new thing. So this is new within the last couple of years. And essentially this, I think it was Shelly who was telling us that she had that issue going on where insurance said they were going to pay, but then they don't. And now what this is once you get that service plan authorization, they cannot back out of paying you. They've essentially guaranteed you payment. And so it's really kind of clarified that ability to get paid, or the means to get reimbursed for the charge. Let's see here. So now we got the HCFA form, and let's see. So I'm going to pull it up here so we can kind of look through it. But then I'm also, let's see, I think I put a post here. So you can get these CMS 1500 HCFA forms on, wait a second, where to go? Like from Office Max? Where to go? Okay. You can get them on Office Max, but if you can see right now, this one is fillable. Like you can go in there, type it in, and essentially check your boxes. So if you were going to do paper billing, this would be the way to do it. If all your chart notes were on paper, you could use this form for each patient and bill it out. I'm going to put this web address it's through Cigna, which is an insurance provider, but this will give you the ability to pull this form up electronically if you want to do each form individually. There's a really good YouTube link for filling this form out if you're unfamiliar with it. And so essentially, because you don't have to necessarily fill the whole thing out, but you'll notice, the basic information of like how this person's paying, their information, whether or not it's an auto accident, if they're employed. This, let's see here, is where we're going to put in the referring provider. Right, and their NPI, maybe they've got 2 referring providers, so you can put those there. And then additional claim information if you got any of that. But a lot of like this area right here, you can put this diagnosis of illness in there, and this is where you're going to put multiple diagnoses. Now, what I would recommend though is that if somebody comes in with like diagnostic of left and right shoulder, that per form, like in this form, you might bill for the right shoulder, and then in the next form, you bill for the left shoulder. And that essentially just kind of makes, like, you don't necessarily have to put right and left on this individual form to get reimbursed, right? So you might do one session and another one the next session. Just kind of depends on how you want to do it. The thing is that you don't want to, like if somebody say comes in with a shoulder, a knee, and an ankle diagnosis, you technically want to treat one thing at a time, right? So that they can continue to come back and utilize their insurance benefit. If you treat all three things in the same session, it's going to decrease their capacity to be able to come back and see you. And then dates of service, this essentially, so like say you have one patient and you know you're going to see them 6 times over the next 2 weeks, you can fill out this top half of this form, and then maybe you put your right and left, your shoulder, your ankle, and your knee, and then you just put in here your different service dates, right? And you hold this form until the end of the week or until it's full, and then send it, right? Your provider information goes on the end here, your charges. There's one place here, let's see, that I wanted to go over. So here's our unit. And then I believe that it is this one we do not have to worry about as far as like a modifier goes. So the only time you have to worry about these modifiers that you might hear of are when it comes, oh, here it is right here. You don't have to worry about this because this has to do with like Medicare, Medicaid modifiers, or if there is like an additional medical concern on top of the concern, then you might put a modifier in there. But usually we as massage therapists don't ever have to worry about any kind of modifiers or anything like that. There's where you would put your federal tax ID number. Patient's account number is going to be their insurance information. So, I mean, essentially, it's pretty straightforward. The back of this explains a lot of different things if there's something that you don't understand. But again, you want to check out this YouTube link for filling the HCFA out if you've never done it, or if this is new to you. It'll really be helpful because pretty much this entire midsection, there's quite a bit of it that does not have to be filled out. And then again, the nice thing about some of these softwares that we're going to talk about, auto-fill this form. So if you're electronic billing, you don't have to do this. You know, it will automatically be filled in based on what you're choosing when you make your patient profile. Like, because you're going to put their insurance information in, their dates and appointments and all these different things, and it's just going to automatically populate these boxes. Where did it go? Let's see here. Sorry, hold on just a second. You probably got a lot more information there than you needed, right? But we're back now. Let's see here. So we went through the HCFA. So yeah, that essentially is the billing form, how you're going to actually get paid. Now we're going to get into the CPT and regional allowables, which this is meat and potatoes situation here. So I have a little checklist for you here to get going, things that you're going to need and in order. But then this first section, commonly used CPT codes. So these codes are all within our scope of practice, most of them. However, I mentioned a little bit earlier that you're going to want to get additional training for some of them. So let's just go through this. Hydrotherapy is, putting an ice pack on somebody, or a heat treatment. The regional allowable per unit is $12.30. So it's not like it's just an additional service. Where this is utilized most of the time is like, say you have 2 treatment rooms and you're going to put somebody in, where we see it most often is like in a chiropractic office. You put somebody in for E-stim, right, first, and then they go and get their treatment. So that would be what this code is for. So like you do like a hydrotherapy on somebody beforehand, right? And then like while they're waiting to come in and you're doing something for somebody else kind of type thing. But you can apply a hot pack in the session and, you know, bill for it. Just keep in mind that it constitutes a unit. Neuromuscular therapy, this is within our scope of practice. If you have additional training, and this could be like where ART comes in, because it's neuromuscular re-education and movement, balance, coordination, kinesthetic sense, posture, and proprioception. So, I mean, all of these things are craniosacral therapy, right? And so if you can stand in front of a judge and say, this is why I provided this session was to, you know, bring back their ability of coordination, balance, and proprioception. And here's in the training of craniosacral therapy that shows that it does exactly that. That validates you for being able to use this CPT code of neuromuscular therapy. And keep in mind that this is what chiropractors use. So if there is a limit set on this, you are dipping into that limit that a chiropractor is also dipping into. So keep in mind, if your person sees a chiropractor on a regular basis, that they're gonna you know, utilize those codes that benefit a lot quicker if they're seeing multiple practitioners with it. The massage therapy, this is what anybody can bill straight out of massage school, certified massage school. Can include superficial effleurage, petrissage, percussion work, acupressure and shiatsu, trigger point, and deep tissue. And this regional allowable is per unit. So in Alaska, the regional allowable is $5,501. So that puts you at about $220 a session, which is pretty standard in the industry. However, it's going down. It is not that high anymore. And I believe that you can't, just because you can bill up to the regional allowable maximum doesn't mean that you necessarily have to. And if you're not a seasoned practitioner, you might be careful about how much you do bill. However, if you are just getting into the industry and you feel like you might, you know, give people a break or whatever, or you're just trying to like beef up your credentials, you want to be careful about setting too low of a rate initially, because you can't readjust that in the future, right? So you want to make sure that the rate that you start with is the rate that you stay with, because anytime you have to, you know, go to bat for yourself to get reimbursed, you're going to want to know that number and be assured of that number and not waver from that number, because you're worth it. This code is the most common code billed for, the 97140, and it's for manual therapy. And again, manual therapy is physical therapy. I'm gonna write you guys another note here. How over here. Just before I forget, I'm gonna put that in there. And so the note says document within the scope of diagnosis, right? So make sure that when you are doing your individual SOAP notes for your patient, that you are only charting in scope of diagnoses. And so this is, again, it's kind of gray, but I mean, for plain and simple reasons, when somebody comes in with a shoulder diagnosis, if you put that you worked on their low back, you are not going to get reimbursed for the low back. But we all know that the low back is associated energetically with the rest of the body, right? So just because we know and we've been educated doesn't mean that these high school graduates looking at a computer screen, reading out of a manual, don't know nothing about that. Right. So if we document that we did reflexology on the shoulder reflex, you know, through the feet and hands, we're not going to get paid because they don't see that correlation medically. So the note, just because you did it, because there was rationale, does not mean that it needs to be in the note, right? The note is only within the scope of diagnoses. Because if you start charting outside of it, there's no reimbursement. And this is significant too for people who are working in practices as an employee. You need to make sure that your SOAP notes are only within the scope of diagnoses. So getting back to this commonly used CPT, the manual therapy is also physical therapy, but you'll see here it's mobilization and manipulation, which we don't adjust people, right? But that doesn't mean that we can't move them and stretch them. Manual lymphatic drainage, Klaus training, right, is manual lymphatic drainage. Now, if you're going to be billing for manual therapy, you should probably have some type of an advanced degree that took you, or advanced certification that took you longer than a weekend to complete. Does that make sense? When you go for craniosacral therapy training with Upledger Institute, it can take you years to complete it, right? When you get, certified advanced myofascial technician through Advanced Body Workers with Tilla Chow. If you've ever taken any of his workshops, he's fantastic. And it's a weekend workshop, but I think you have to have a minimum of 8 of them. So, I mean, it takes you 2 years because he only comes up here twice a year to get that. So something to keep in mind, that if you're going to be billing out under manual therapy in private practice, you definitely want to have some type of advanced certification or multiple certifications from different things, that give you the ability to provide these techniques. Because if you're an employee, the doctor that you're working for or somebody with a higher credential is essentially supervising you, and that's why you're able to do this fresh out of school. So, and this 6275 is the rate, right, for manual therapy. Now, I've been alluding at this. I'm going to teach you something that is going to blow your mind, right? As far as vernacular, just really simplify. Here's where it comes in. Since most companies do not, this is how you're going to publish your rates and be legally within the limits. Since most insurances do not cover your massage therapy, you make this code worth what your time of service or cash rate is, right? So if you're charging $100 for an hour, right, and you want to work with somebody at time of service, then you make your massage therapy published notice $25 a unit, right? And then you can charge $100 an hour or $80 an hour, for $20 a unit. And then for your quote unquote insurance billing rate, or your insurance rate, is your manual therapy code, because that's what is most likely going to be paying for this treatment anyways. Does that make sense?
I'm actually a little confused by that. Sorry.
Okay,
this
why
is
don't you
Beth.
have this first? Is that Beth?
I was going to
Yeah.
ask you to repeat that because I am not clear on what was said.
Okay. So remember earlier we talked about this detail of needing to publish your rates, right?
Yes.
So most insurances are not going to cover 97124. They do not cover massage therapy, right?
Mhm.
So this is going to be how you break down this regional allowable here is 5501 is the maximum. So essentially whatever you charge per hour becomes your unit rate here, right? A quarter of what you charge per hour is what becomes your unit rate for massage therapy. So you can publish that for code 97124 massage therapy, we charge in our practice $18 a unit, right?
Okay.
And then at the end of the day, the patient is cash paying you 18 times 4, which is what, like $72? And that's totally Okay. Because it's your standard. Right now, if you're going to bill somebody's insurance, this is what you're going to bill their insurance with, is this 97140. And so 97140 is what becomes your quote unquote insurance rate. So in the state of Alaska, it's $62.75 per 15-minute unit. So say you want to bill out, that I would recommend going for 220, but not settling for less than, between 160 and 180, somewhere in there. Whatever you feel comfortable fighting for yourself for, and we're going to talk about what that means, fighting for yourself, is what's going to be your insurance rate. So the massage therapy rate kind of translates as your day of service, and then your manual therapy kind of translates to your billing rate.
So the 62.75 is per unit.
Correct.
Okay, that clarifies a lot. Thank you.
And so keep in mind though, that is a maximum average, I guess what you could say. So like, for instance, if you are an acupuncturist or some type of PhD, or essentially a doctor, but not like a stethoscope doctor, you could potentially bill more for manual therapy. It's really based on your credential, but this is like a maximum average. Now, like if you, for instance, were providing service up in Barrow, Alaska, where it's even more remote and things are more expensive, I mean, I think their standard bill up there is like $360 an hour. So they're billing out at over 75 a unit, and it's standard coming back to them. But sorry, go ahead.
So it's okay if we are saying doing massage for $80 an hour, but if we're going to do an insurance, we can raise that rate by saying it's a manual therapy and say we charge $125 an hour, and that would be legit. That's not considered fraud for two different amount like that.
I would be careful on cutting yourself short on 125. Number one, that's the first thing that jumps out at me about your statement.
So
the second,
if I were to go a lot higher than that, is that justifiable? If my, for lack of better words, right at the moment, the cash rate would be $80. Can I bill significantly higher on the insurance part, billing part?
Absolutely.
And be justified?
Absolutely, because you see there's quite a bit of difference here between our hourly rate. I mean, it's only $7 a unit, but at the end of it, that's $28, right? So, but at the same time, if they are coming in paying you cash and you're calling it this, you're not billing their insurance, right? This is just your legality in publication that this is your rate, right? My massage, because on the internet, the way this translates is for massage, you provide this service at this rate, right? And then for manual therapy, you provide this service at this rate. And those two rates can be hundreds of dollars away from each other. They don't have to be anywhere in the same ballpark, if that makes sense. Like the one does not dictate what you bill for the other, if that makes
right
sense.
Now, if you were questioned in front of a judge, whatnot, so if you, as far as what you're providing physically to the patient and stuff like that, if you provide, say, Swedish massage and cupping and stuff like that, how do you differentiate in explanation how the two are different from the insurance from the other?
How do you differentiate how they are different? So, I mean, they're essentially a different ball game. It's almost like one of them is a wellness service and one of them is a medical service. Right. So,
but if you're just say you're doing Swedish massage, just using that as an example, right. And you do it for both of them. How do you? And if you were questioned on it for medical versus a cash, right. How do you present yourself?
So the justification of that is that if your patient is paying your massage rate, right, what you have listed as what you have your published listing for massage rate, your patient is paying that, out of
Mhm.
pocket, you're not billing their insurance. So there's
Right.
no admin that goes into that at all. However, if you are billing them for manual therapy, right, you're not going to ever charge somebody cash for what you bill manual therapy, right?
Right.
So, but you are only originating an insurance bill when it comes to manual therapy.
Okay.
And
Hey,
so you are only taking on that additional administrative job, liability, regulation, all of that if you are actually billing the insurance company.
Okay.
That comes at a cost. It's essentially that the idea of it's a second job administratively to provide that function, and it takes more than 15 minutes. Like it can take,
Right.
I mean, you have a stack of them at a time maybe that you're doing, so it takes only 2 or 3 hours to get through 15 people. But if you have to do that 2 or 3 hours for 3 or 4 people, it makes it much more expensive per person.
So when you post your prices
Right.
on a website or whatnot, do you have to differentiate what a time of service fee is versus an insurance billing fee?
Nope.
Yes.
Yes?
Well, I mean, it's essentially going to be a part of your menu, right? So
My what?
it's essentially a part of your menu,
Mm-hmm.
right? So like menu item number 1 is massage therapy at this rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Filled out under this code, right? Even though you're not ever going to originate a bill for that code, you've published it,
Got it.
right? And then you put the manual therapy part, and that is administrative, right? And so say if an auditor were to call you and say, hey, I was just looking at your website and looking at your published rates and saw that massage therapy bills out at this and advanced or manual therapy bills out at this. Can you tell me a little bit about that? And you just say, well, in order to bill insurance, we have administrative costs, we have overhead costs, and that's why our rates are a little bit higher.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You don't have to get into explaining or differentiating one from the other. You don't have to tell them, well, most insurances don't pay for massage, right? So that's why we advertise.
Right.
You don't have to explain it. As long as it's published and you're adhering to it, you're good to go.
Okay. After class, maybe you and I could discuss just briefly the service menu that I have and
Okay.
and how to word it, differentiating the two, so that I am making sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to.
I'm definitely willing to help you out. Who am I speaking to?
This is Shannon.
Shannon. Okay, I'm gonna write your name down, and then we can sidebar after we get through, because we're getting to 4 o'clock. So I want to make sure that we get through at least this information, and then we can hang out for another for a while and answer any questions. I did see somebody raise their hand.
Oh, that was me, Tammy. I was just gonna add to that, I think, to clarify what she's trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong. My website currently has a massage appointment that you can book, and that is billed at the time of service rate of $90 an hour. And then I have a medical massage, which you would book, or I would book the client for if they were billing insurance, and that is billed at $251, which is the manual therapy 6275 times 4.
Right. So there's that differentiation between a wellness and a medical service.
Yeah. So immediately I know if they're paying cash at when they finish their massage session, or if I'm going to be billing for them immediately, right on the schedule. And the client sees that too. So I do have insurance clients. They will schedule a medical massage with me.
Right.
Do they send you a referral along with that appointment that they book?
I have gotten the prescription referrals from them. Yes.
and that can always be like a supplemental information that they send in. As well.
So
But,
Kurt,
yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna email you later also, because I actually have 2 clients that do have a 124 code allowable
Okay.
on their insurance, and so I don't want to cover it now, but I'll email you and ask you. a
Well, and
couple questions.
that's a good topic too, Melanie, because you want to, if that is the case and you're going to bill the massage, it has to be at that rate that you're publishing. But what you
Right.
want to do is check into their manual therapy and see if manual therapy covers. However, if they don't want to use their manual therapy with you and they want to use their massage benefit with you, do you see what I'm saying? Like, you want to make
And that's what I have, because
Right.
they actually go to a physical therapist, so they don't want to use the 140 code, but they're allowed 12 124 massages a year.
Right. And so that might be part of it, is that, you know, there are that certain group of patients that are going to get it at that rate. And then it just increases your fluency and the ability to do it.
But would I still want to do the 124 and publish it at my time of service rate?
It would essentially have to, if they're coming in at that massage rate that you have published, that's what you're going to bill out at.
Okay.
So you might, and I mean, it could be good too in the beginning, just getting used to the system, because once you get used to it with them, the next person that comes in is no problem.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that would qualify where it falls in, where they may only pay you 60% of that or something.
Right. You should get full reimbursement for sure. Now, there is the chance. So say you use this maximum regional allowable, the insurance might come back and say, no, we're only going to pay you 140. And this is really with anything. So like your original bill gets sent out and say they're only going to reimburse you 60%. And you have the right to counter offer and go back to them and say, no, my standard bill is X amount of dollars, right? And then they may counter you again, trying to lowball you again, and you can counter one more time. So after you've countered twice, you're going to accept whatever it is that they offer you. But your conversation when you go in for that counter is that my standard bill across all insurance platforms is X amount of dollars. That's what we get paid, right? And that's what you're going to tell the insurance company when they come back and try and lowball you. And again, you can counter offer 2 times. And then you can counter all year long if you want, but you, at some point in time, you want to be done with it and move on.
Okay, that helps me a lot.
Awesome.
I have a question.
Who's speaking?
This is Laura.
Go ahead, Laura.
So you had said for the 140 code, if you're billing for that, you should have more advanced credentials under your belt.
Right.
So if you don't, what's your advice there? Because you're saying you're never going to bill the 124, but if you don't have the credentials to bill for 140, are you just not billing?
That's where I kind of mentioned you want to work on, I'd say 2 years of practice. Right? A minimum of 2 years in practice if you're going to do it privately, unless you're working under the guidance of a doctor or chiro or acupuncturist or something like that, somebody who can prescribe. So I would say 2 years of practice would get you there, minimum, or some type of advanced credential.
Okay.
And keep in mind, Laura, that this is only in relation to private healthcare. Personal healthcare. This does not extend, these codes do not extend to MVA and workers' comp. Right? So the first time somebody comes in, you're going to be able to get a physical therapy evaluation, right? And depending on the level of complexity, because there's 3 different codes. So like, for instance, if somebody is in a cast compared to if somebody is, in a wheelchair, totally incapacitated, depending on what's going on. And then you kind of come down here and you can see where we're at as far as your evaluation goes, it's up to you to determine what it's worth. But as far as reevaluation goes, so say they come in, they fulfill their first treatment prescription, and then you get them in for a second treatment prescription. This is that reevaluation code, and you can go up to 135 on a re-eval, right? There's no complexity rating for a reevaluation. The complexity rating, and I would say for like a standard 161, you're looking at probably anywhere from $30 to $90. For a 162, you're looking at probably 50 to 110. And then for a 163, I mean, you could be looking at upwards of $180 if you're using the full 30 minutes and you're doing, you know, like occupational assessment, muscle testing, things like that. Then you can, you know, get a little bit higher reimbursement for these evaluations. And then you go down here a little bit and it'll just kind of break down for you one by one, like what is a minimal or a low, moderate, and high. This defines exactly what those assessments might look like for the low, medium, and high characteristics. Right, and we come down here a little bit further, and I've compiled this information for you guys via the American Medical Association, the Affordable Health Care Act. These are specific for each code, exactly what is happening. Now, somebody asked a question earlier, like, well, what if I don't have those advanced credentials or if I'm just getting started? When you read through this manual therapy definition, if you feel like you have gotten significant training and you feel comfortable providing medical care for somebody, and you can fit yourself into this definition, and really what it all boils down to, folks, like as far as permission goes, is can you stand in front of a judge in a court of law and defend why you did what you did based on your credentials? And so if you feel confident that you can represent yourself with integrity, boom, you've got it. Right? But I'm not going to say yes one way or the other. It's up for you to decide on that. But these definitions will help you to decide that, if that's something that you want to do, or how to associate yourself with that. I feel like that might help. Close these, and then we're almost done. I'm sorry if you have to check out. I'll forward you the link. I do also need to forward you guys the link for the survey, and that's how I'll get you your certification, is by a completed survey for the class today. So I'll just post that for you guys here in a minute. Let's see if we can. We've already covered some of this. So these are a couple of different programs that you could use for in-house billing. The Massage Office Pro is really good. It is actually created by a massage therapist. It's very handy, very easy to use. There's also some online sources versus in-house. So like online would be massageclinicspro.com. And then you could essentially keep track of all your patient data in an Excel sheet. That's all that these forms are, is like an Access data bank created off an Excel sheet. So if you know Excel really well, you can use that. And then mail merging for like incentives to send out like birthday notices or thank you cards or whatever it may be. So we've covered Premera quite significantly. They kind of set the standard. So I always look to Premera. If they're changing, somebody else is going to be changing too. Cigna is a pretty big provider for like medical professionals, for like certified care attendants, personal care attendants, nurses, things like that. UMR is kind of a big one too in the state of Alaska, because this is who GCI uses, and I think AT&T might be in there too. AT&T might have switched to Premera. But so these are some private health insurances that you might look into familiarizing yourself with. Workers' comp and motor vehicle are our friends when we're first getting started, because they're going to be the most willing to communicate with us to get us paid. Same thing with other personal injury, if somebody comes to you with like a slip, trip, or fall. And then the VA is TRICARE, and TRICARE is, somebody had the question earlier about if you can get massage on the same day or in the same office, and I believe TRICARE is the main one that says that you have to be in a clinic or under, it's essentially, the verbiage is that you have to be working under a medical professional greater than a certain category of provider. So essentially medical massage therapists are kind of like, we're like the low man on the totem pole. And so we essentially have to be working under the guidance of a more advanced practitioner in order for them to cover the service. Now, the caveat to that is if you are outside of a VA service area, so I think it's 35 or 50 miles from a VA clinic or a VA approved provider, they will make an exception for you. And so if you are a rural provider, getting in with the VA and providing for your people in the rural area, the VA makes the appointment and the VA pays for the appointment. The patient just has to show up, essentially. The DUNS number is kind of interesting. If you decide to work with Medicare, Medicaid, or VA, you have to have a DUNS number. It's essentially just for federal contracting. CAQH is kind of an interesting system. It allows you to like put all of your information. So like if you were filling out a preferred provider packet, you can actually go into CAQH. And what that is it's like a standard medical provider packet. They collect all the data that like all of these different insurance companies would need. And so once you get a CAQH index number, when you go to Premera Blue Cross, you can put that number on your application and they can verify. So it kind of streamlines the process of filling out multiple applications. So you can just do this one. If you're going to work with Medicare and Medicaid, you got to sign up with the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS. But again, I don't necessarily recommend that, especially in the beginning. And then the EFTPS, this is the guys who will hold your tax dollars for you and make sure that it gets paid on time. So that can be very beneficial as well. And then let's see here. We talked about this, making sure that you get your service plan authorization, because once you do, it's kind of like that golden seal, like you're approved for this many sessions. Making sure that you're gathering pain scale and functional scaling, those ADLs that we talked about in the beginning of every session, is very significant as far as documentation goes. Plan for progress. So you want to do that with all your patients at the end of every session, making a plan so that the next session is even better. Document within the scope of diagnosis, always if you're billing, making sure that you're only documenting what is diagnosed. If you go outside of that, you will not be covered or reimbursed. This part here is third-party billers, can be very beneficial. You want to, some of the things that you want to look at are like, is it an individual person doing it or is it a company that's doing it? How many people do they work for, right? So sometimes you can go with a third-party biller who's out of state, that is kind of like an agency for many medical practices, and they can do it for you. One thing that you're going to want to ask them, and when you're interviewing these people who are third-party billers, is what are your remediation policies? So that if you do get denied, you want to know that they have something in place that they're going to fight for you, and you want to know how they're going to do that. And then info tracking. Info tracking is documentation, making sure that the information on all your SOAP notes, the time stamp, the date, essentially the time that the patient started the session to the time they ended the session, the date, the number of units, what type of units, making sure all of that is in a SOAP note for every session is really significant. And then I think that brings us to our conclusion, which I really appreciate all of you being in class today. I'm sorry, I know we ran a little bit over today. I do have some time though. We can stick around and answer any questions if you guys have questions. I know it was a lot of information. And while we're doing that though, I'm just gonna put in the link to the survey or the evaluation here on the side in our chat. So with that, I will go ahead and I'm gonna stop screen sharing for just a minute while I get into the evaluation. I will go ahead and open it up for questions. It looks like I have Melanie first. Melanie, did you have a question?
Sorry, that was a leftover from an earlier
Okay, no problem.
point. I'm actually gonna have to take off, so if you could email me the survey,
Oh yeah, sure, no problem.
I'll fill it out tonight.
I'll put it in the chat and then I will also email it out to you guys for sure.
Okay, great.
Thanks for being here, Melanie. I appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate it. It's a lot of information to digest. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Have fun with the buffet.
All right, thanks.
And Shelly, did you have a question? So any questions from anybody, just let me know.
I have a quick question. This is Beth.
What's up, Beth?
The third-party billers,
Yeah.
what would you say is a standard percentage that you would pay?
Ooh, good question. As far
How
as
much money are they going to charge me?
how much money are they going to charge you?
And yes, and in your opinion, for someone just starting out, like the whole insurance billing is fairly new to me.
Okay.
Is it worth having a third-party biller, or
Worth, starting out doing this on your own, if you're not seeing a large client?
So, I mean, the way that works is that the insurance biller is going to require everything we just went over. So they're going to require you to turn in insurance verification. Well, it really depends though. They might do insurance verification for you, which that's another thing to figure out. When you do your interview, when you're shopping. If they so essentially you're doing all of this legwork for them, right? And then all they're doing is they're originating the bill. And if it goes through, boom, you're good to go. And they are going to take, so essentially as far as what they're going to charge, I've seen it done a couple of different ways. Sometimes you can sign up for like a monthly subscription. Like if you're processing like more than 1,000 bills a month, you can sign up for a monthly subscription. And then it's just a one set fee. If you are, under that, essentially what they're going to do is they're going to charge you per bill, right, that they're sending out.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're also going to charge, and so it could be one of two ways. It could be that they're going to charge you per bill, but then it could also be that they're going to charge you per bill plus a percentage. So if it's the first case scenario and it's per bill, it's probably going to be a much higher number per bill than if it's the second case scenario where they're charging a per bill plus percentage. So per bill, I wouldn't pay more than $30, maybe up to $40. If it's the second scenario, you're probably looking at somewhere between maybe $12.50 and $25 per bill. And then an additional percentage on top of that, which that varies drastically in the community. I've seen some people do as low as 3%. I've seen an average, I would say probably around 9%, but I've also seen people gouging at like 22, 36%, which that I feel is not integral and needs to be unpatronized. But that's that's my personal feeling on those. So yeah, I would say that it's pretty common though to see a per bill charge plus a small percentage. And really at the end of the day, you need to figure out if those numbers are going to work for you, because they may be saving you headache, especially if you're new and these insurance companies start denying, and you have to go to bat for yourself. And you have to, rebuke why they're denying, and you have to go in, because that process of if you get denied, it can take, sometimes it's just one phone call, but sometimes it's like multiple things. Sometimes it's like they want all of this additional information. So it just really depends on how much time you have to fight if there's a denial.
So could you start off with a biller as a new therapist billing insurance, and then the insurance company and you build a rapport with this third party biller, and then eventually, dropping the biller, do you already have that rapport made up with the insurance company so they can look and they can say, oh yeah, Beth has had so many claims, we've paid that out, you're less likely to get denied? Is that kind of
Great
what you're...
question. So the way that looks on their end is they're going to see they're going to see your biller. The third party is going to have an organizational MPI, and then they're going to have a list of individual MPIs underneath them. And as long as it's the organization originating the charge, you're going to be able to change in the future if you decide to go private.
Okay, so I think so I would have a lady who is a private biller. It wouldn't be an organization. So that might not necessarily work in my favor. Is that what you're saying? If it was an organization, more so in my favor.
In order for her to bill for you, she has to have an MPI number.
Correct. Okay.
Right.
So she would be the organization.
Right. She would be the organization. The third party biller is the organization. And then
gotcha. Okay.
Individual MPI underneath that.
Okay.
And then, yeah, that can change. No, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great question. Your mind is working in the direction it needs to be. So that is awesome.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
I'm glad it came across. Absolutely. Does anybody else? Yeah.
This is Shelley.
Hey, Shelley.
I still kind of am at a loss at when I actually am going to go to do the billing. Do I fill out this HICA form and then send it in, or because I know at the chiropractic office they do all this electronic billing.
Right. Yeah.
Is there a way for me to do that?
Yeah. So essentially, on the electronic software for if you're entering in your patient's information and whatnot, at the end of the day, when you batch it, when you close out your sales for the end of the day, most softwares are going to ask you if you want to batch your bills. Right? And when you batch your bills, essentially it's going to print them out and it's going to automatically fill those HCFA forms for you.
So what software is this?
There's that medical massage office. There's was it Island Software, I think is the one.
Okay, I looked both of them up and I didn't quite get. I'll look into it further. I won't take.
Yeah, so pretty much any type of patient data collector, like if you're handing your patient an iPad to enter in their information, or if you are handing them paper and then taking that paper and transposing it into your medical charting system, most of these systems come with the feature to batch.
Okay.
So it doesn't really matter which one you go with, as long as you see that it has that ability to CMS 15 autofill.
Okay.
That's what that HCFA is the CMS 15 HCFA form, or HCFA, and it is what is going to be used essentially to send you a bill. So at the end of the day, you print it out, put it in an envelope, and drop it in the mail.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hello, this is Shannon.
Shannon.
Hi. All of it's pretty overwhelming, and I'm sure that I'm going to have some hiccups along the way. But the one thing, until I'm insured, qualified to be a provider and stuff like that, I'm trying to wrap around my head the amount. Temporarily, I'm hoping it's temporarily, I'm charging $80 an hour. And a lot of that price came from the other people that are in this spa. Some of the therapists have been there for quite some time. It's in Palmer, and that seems to be their average rate. So I didn't want to go significantly higher because I'm just starting out. I don't have that clientele base, so I need to be comparable with everybody else that's in there.
Yeah.
Now, but none of them charge insurance.
That's what I was gonna, that was the first question I had was, do any of them bill insurance?
No.
Okay, perfect. Because you
So-
are gonna be in addition to the services being offered, because every single one of their patients that wants to have their insurance billed is now gonna be able to come see you.
Exactly, which is going to make things a lot better for
Absolutely.
clientele base.
Absolutely.
Now, if we charge the cash, I'm going to use these layman terms of cash rate, just to make it easier. And I know what we need to differentiate them when we put it out in
And
there on
it
like our
is-
website.
It is good to get into the vernacular of using it so that when people ask you questions. But
Okay, so time of service rate
okay,
my time of service rate would be the $80 an hour.
yes.
Is it unreasonable to make the medical rate, which would, it sounds like from what I've looked at, heard, and from what I've looked at, the average is between, say, 225 to 240 is the average
Okay.
per hour rate of billable rate.
Right.
Is that too astronomical of a difference from the 80 that I charge for the time of service?
As long the key is as long as it is justifiable, you can bill whatever you want.
How do you in my mind, I'm not getting justified. I'm other than the fact that I have a doctor's note for specifics versus a relaxation massage that they, and I find a knot or something other and work out. It's non-prescription versus prescription.
And that right there is justification.
Okay, wonderful.
So, I mean, that alone in itself, because what we're looking at there is we're looking at medical necessity, right? We're looking at medical necessity compared to wellness and voluntary treatment. And so when there's medical necessity involved, part of your justification is that you just sat through a 3.5-hour class and had your mind expanded as a professional to gather this information so that you can be a more qualified provider, right?
Okay.
So that's one of your justifications, is this continued education.
Okay, that makes me feel better now that I can separate that, because I wasn't separating that, but now you emphasizing my use of prescription, that helps me segregate it now.
Absolutely, yes, because it is medical. When it is prescribed, it is medical necessity. It is not optional. It is a must. And if somebody has a personal private healthcare, it is the private healthcare's responsibility to make the benefit available.
Got it.
Right?
Perfect. Okay, now that's clear in my head. The muddy water just cleared.
Oh, I love it when that happens. It's awesome.
I don't know why sometimes it's just hard, but it just takes the right words.
Absolutely. And a lot of it is like you got to dance around it a little bit in order to like really, because I want you to be able to walk away with it with a certain amount of confidence, knowing that you know more now than the general public when it comes to having insurance billed, whether it's your own or theirs. Right. And I want you to be able to represent yourself confidently when you are working with this person. And if there's something that you don't know about, just let them know. Hey, I'm not super sure, but I will get back to you on that, And
so bottom line, all insurance needs a medical referral. Is that correct?
All private healthcare must have a doctor's referral. Yes.
I
Okay,
thought
so-
that the teachers do not need that doctor's note.
What's that?
The teachers, I heard that they do not need a note from the doctor. Is that correct?
Oh, okay. So, well, I mean, that maybe it depends on what type of insurance they have, Liz, because it kind of goes into that idea of one union might take way better care of it than another union, as far as like, if maybe it's like tenured teachers or private school teachers or something like that, they might have a way better insurance policy than another, right? So it really depends on the group that they're in.
So that was kind of my next question and stuff like that, because I have been informed by several
Thank you.
clients who would like to bill insurance and stuff like that, say that they're allowed through their insurance. And I'm going to use, one of them has like Aetna and one of them has Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I don't, because there are different groups within those organizations, they were saying I have 2 allowable per month. Now, because that's not prescribed, is that still considered a medical prescribe?
There's typically, so it sounds like what they're saying to you is that they have 24 a year.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as the insurance companies like differentiating what you have month to month. It's
Okay.
what you have per year or
Okay.
on an annual basis. And so what they're probably saying is that they have 24 sessions a year. And they break that down to 2 sessions. Well, here's an issue that we can get into. Like, boom, yeah, they can come in every 2 weeks. But what if there is an injury that happens, right? And they have a need that is greater than their current standing. You want to make sure that they have the ability to utilize their insurance in the case of an incident like that.
Right.
So like, for instance, that's why at the end of the year, everybody's pushing to use all their services, because maybe they've, saved them up because they're a marathon runner. And at the end of the summer, they might have injury, so they want to use them all then, but they don't want to use any while they're training or whatever. And so in the beginning of the year, it's really slow. And then towards the end of the year, it's really starts to pick up because everybody's trying to utilize their allowables.
Right.
So if they're saying that essentially they do have to have a doctor's note, unless, so when the Affordable Health Care Act first came in, there were 3 different plans, right? And there was like a bronze plan, a silver plan, and a gold plan. And the really interesting thing was that in the silver plan only, so the middle plan had 12 wellness treatments associated with it. And now if the massage or the manual therapy, well, it's not even massage or manual therapy at that point. It is a wellness therapy. It's a completely different category of service. If they have a wellness benefit associated with their massage, they do not have to have a medical provider or a medical.
So then it gets billed under the wellness plan, and so therefore it completely differentiates from the medical manual plan. Okay, that makes sense.
Let me tell you, the likelihood of a patient having wellness benefit on their massage now, since Affordable Health Care Act, is slim to none.
Right. Okay.
It's the only place I've heard of it was in that Silver Care plan.
Gotcha.
It was like Silver Care Plus, so it wasn't just the regular one. It was like the Plus, right? And I like where Blue Cross Blue Shield has gone, because they've really simplified it, and there's a basic and a premium, or a basic and a standard. That's it.
Gotcha.
And we can go on Premier Blue Cross's website and read what it is. We don't even have to call them. You can read it right online.
Wonderful.
Yeah. BCBS, the Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Aetna, you can do some verification online.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good. Now, you said you also, this is jumping another question. Hopefully I'm not dominating from everybody else.
It may be answering their question, but we'll give you one more, and then I'll put you in line, because it looks like
I only have the one more anyway.
Okay. No problem.
For discounts to like senior citizens or veterans or something like that, we can do that. That's not discrimination if we do to seniors or veterans, as long as it doesn't exceed $25.
As long as it doesn't exceed $25, and if you're not billing their insurance, you can give them the service.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only the $25 limit only has to do if you're billing insurance. And what they're trying to do, and really what it really matters, is they're trying to make it to where, you know, like a plastic surgeon's doctor's office isn't giving away free Botox so that you go tell all your friends to go see them.
Right, right, right. So on my website, I can say, $25 off for any veterans or senior citizens, correct?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and if you want to hang around, there might be some other questions too that.
I'm gonna hang around because I'm listening up.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Miss Liz, did you have a question, dear?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, earlier I was just wondering no, am I saying it right?
Yep.
Health savings account and then the FSA. Was it federal savings account, federal spending account?
Flexible spending account.
Flexible spending account.
But
Okay.
it's also, you typically see the FSA with federal employees, federal and tribal, which tribal is federal, but I mean, they're different, but they're very similar. Federal and tribal are usually going to have FSA, and then all your others are going to have the HSA.
Okay. And which are the ones with the insurance debit card?
So both of those, the HSA and the FSA, both have a card that they can spend on medical things. So they can buy like eyeglasses, they can pay for braces, they can pay for multivitamins. I mean, if you wanted to, you could buy a skateboard and say it's for exercise activity with a water bottle and a backpack, you know. So as long as you can justify that the expense is for your health, they can spend it on whatever they want. Now, once they hit after 65, or I guess it's 55 now, I don't know the date, retirement age. Once they hit that, they can spend those funds on whatever they want to, right? So it's almost like a supplementary retirement program as well, but they can only spend it on medical necessity up until the age of retirement, and then they could go buy a Corvette.
Okay, and that's the FSA.
FSA or HSA, either one.
Oh, they can both do that.
And the nice thing too is that when they're spending, so they say they come in and they, you know, do an $80 service or $100 service, and they use their HSA FSA card, it actually translates to part of their deductible.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And then I had another question on my tongue. So when we swipe the cards, and I understood that earlier, you said we need to have a specific one. I forgot the name of that company, but I wrote it down. When we swipe it, do we do the time of service charge or the billable charge? I think I missed that answer.
So that's a really good question too. I feel like it's going to be up to your discretion. You know,
Okay.
you're going to be able to see them a lot more on the massage. But if you are, if you're billing the manual therapy rate, then it's going to be a little bit, they're not going to be able to come in as much. So that's one thing that you would think about.
Okay.
So was there any other questions? Does anybody else have any questions?
I had a quick question. With all your forms and information that you had on the presentation that you sent us, are we able to steal from those if we're creating our own forms, or is that your proprietary info?
So thank you for that question. I appreciate it. So they're in PDF format. So I don't think you can just go in and like, I mean, you might have a PDF cracker or whatever, but you shouldn't be able to go in and just like edit those forms. But if you want to use any of the information on that form, absolutely. If it helps you build your practice, That's part of the reason why I send it out to you. I don't send out an editable version because if somebody doesn't feel fluent in form creation, I actually provide a service that I will help people do their forms for them. So if anybody wanted a list of, document preparation that I could help them with, I'm more than willing to send that along as well.
Yeah, I definitely think you should send that as an option.
Okay.
And then I had another question about just applying for Premera and Aetna. It looks like I feel like I have looked on there quite a bit and just tried to figure it out, and it's confusing. Is it the practitioner application? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, because it looks like it's geared towards medical providers, which it obviously is, but I just wasn't sure if that's the one that applies to us as well. And then do we just not put the information in there that doesn't apply to us?
As far I'm pulling it up right now, so that we could look at it together. Let me see here.
Because it asks for not only your NPI number, but your Medicare number, your Medicaid number, your LNI numbers.
Right. So if you don't have those numbers, now the CMS number, no, you don't have to put that stuff in there. It's not applicable. There's a DEA number on there too. That's not you.
Yeah.
That's not you. So those are for those are for different types of practitioners. So yeah, you're only going to put in the information that is pertinent to you. Now there is, I think there is a section in some that, so you'd want to go to that join our network tab there. And then here is all of their information. See, so Washington is a whole nother animal when it comes to Premera Blue Cross because they have so many providers. They have a wait list like crazy. And here's this how to avoid delays. So just make sure that you'd want to read through here. If there's any questions, you could even Google the question you have and it'll probably pop up auto-generate a solution for you too.
Okay. Alrighty.
And then was there another question that you had in there, Laura?
I have one or two.
I have one too, that kind of goes along with that.
Okay.
So I applied for that NPI number. Do I need to wait for that in order to start applying for the in-network with Blue Cross Blue Shield?
You do need to have your NPI number, yes.
Okay, cool.
There is a data collection for NPI. So that's how they're gonna, make sure that you are a legit provider. Because they're using that NPI, they don't even really need your license number when you put your NPI number, because if you have an NPI number, then you have a license kind of type thing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Liz?
So earlier you were talking about that pre-authorization that you do with the insurance, right? And then you were talking about when you write down the plan, you don't write down, for example, quads, hamstrings, glutes. You write down, 1 week vastus lateralis next to the week biceps femoris and glute med, or however. Is that what you're writing for yourself as plan and your SOAP notes and then submitting it? Or is that what you put down for that pre-authorization to let them know ahead of time what you're planning to do?
Right. So that's going to go on the pre-authorization or on the pre-auth. And essentially, you're going to kind of write down all these different individual muscles and, working from this attachment to that attachment or whatever. But then at the end of that treatment, so they have session 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, however many, sessions 1 through 12. And so say on session 3, so the end of every plan, what you're going to do next, you're going to put adjust as needed. Right. So
you're gonna put just as what?
Here, I'll write it in the chat. So it's going to be adjust as needed.
Oh, where you put in the plan?
Right. Yeah. So for each session, you're going to put adjust as needed, because they might come in next week and that thing that you were going to work doesn't need worked, but they need something next to it worked. You know what I mean? So if
Well,
you're putting adjust as needed, what that's going to cue them is that your soap, if they do audit you, that your soap note for that session might look a little different than what was pre-authorized, but that's okay.
okay. And then but you still have to adhere to the diagnoses or go by the kinetic chain then.
Yes. And yeah, you only want to document within the scope of diagnosis.
Okay. Yeah.
As far as the treatment is concerned, absolutely.
And then I had another question, but I forgot. So it's okay.
We'll be here. Did somebody else want to jump in?
I remember one thing. So you said when we put out the prices in the front of the office and website, if we have a website.
Yep.
In the front of the office, you said, but we only write down the charge per unit.
Yes.
Was that correct?
Yeah, so you don't have to necessarily put the full charge. You just put per unit.
Okay. Why is that? Just to not make it look so overwhelming for the patient or client?
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, you can really do it either way, but the way that the guideline or the regulation reads is that it has your unit, the 10 most common billed units must be published. So because some doctors' offices are billing, 100, 200, 300, 400 different codes. And so if they're like, say, an oncologist, they're going to have a specific thing that they do with every single patient, right? And those top 10 codes that they bill out are going to need to be, published.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting this one last document here. I'm going to load it up and then I'll also send it out in the email, but it's just a list of document prep that can provide for you if you need it. Can also help you build a website, business plan, whatever you might need. I know it's a lot of information. We really should have a 4-hour class for this. But as far as what is delivered, it's about 3 hours speedy. Does anyone have any other questions about anything that was presented today, or can I clarify anything for you?
I think you did a really good job, and that until we can apply it, we're not going to have I'm not going to have further questions until I apply it. Then it's suddenly going to come to fruition to, oh boy, I need more answers. But right now,
that's
I can't
what he was talking about. Well, and that's, really, Shannon, the take-home message here for everybody is that it is, I had one provider tell me there is no such thing as pie in the sky. And I didn't really understand the complexity of what she was trying to get across to me until, maybe a year or two later. And there's just a lot of back end things that happen with insurance billing that the general public and the general recipient of the benefits just have no comprehension or even a construct for how much happens behind the scene as far as liability and records keeping and administrative functioning. So I feel like when we first get into it, we're like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this thing and it's gonna, amplify my business by 250%, which yes, it very well can amplify your business up to 800%. But at the same time, the liabilities that you're assuming as a professional are great. They are vast.
Right.
And so it is very important to at a basis making sure that your SOAP notes are on point, because we want to make sure that if we ever have to deliver those SOAP notes, if they have to be used as evidence in a court proceeding or something like that, that we are assisting our client in getting their maximum benefit rather than hindering them or even illegitimizing their concerns.
Right. Is there a class that we could take on SOAP notes? I already know how to do SOAP notes to a point, but because insurance is so specific and you want to be consistent and use the right language for insurance versus a private,
Right.
is there a class to take in order to just make sure that we are in proper form?
So technically, so get this, technically that should have been taught to you in school in your preliminary education.
We won't go there.
Right. And I've heard that so many times, but you know, I haven't really ever come across something like that as far as continuing education goes. But you know, with the environment the way that it is now and doing things online, I'm going to actually put that down on my queue for curriculum creation, because what I'll need to do is call NCBTMB and make sure that what we're doing, that what the class would be on SOAP noting would be an additional to preliminary education, because see, they have to deem it post-secondary. So they have to make sure that the information that is being delivered is not as basic as what you would be getting in your preliminary ed. And so I think that it is a concern and it is a need, and it could even just be a workshop that we hold for sure.
Right, because I want to make sure that I'm writing the format that the insurance company wants. And I'm a former private investigator, so I'll document the heck out of an overkill amount, which can be a disadvantage for insurance. There's some things you do want to say in the way you want to say it, and there's things you don't want to say. So mine won't be so vague as to on the flip side that may be too much.
Well, and that's just it, is you really, I mean, it's about refining, right? What you are documenting. It's kind of like the idea of like when you're presenting you know, like what's it called, like exhibits for like proceedings, and there's that idea of, well, I'm going to present so many exhibits, I'm just going to bury the other side in busy work.
No, that doesn't work.
Right. Not a thing, right? You only want to present what is pertinent to the case and what is factual and what is important, right? You don't want to give the extra stuff.
Right.
To make them. So it's kind of like that, as far as just making sure that what you are sending is refined to the point where it is the key is document within the scope of diagnosis. And there are some things, like there is a caveat where it's proximal nervous system can be worked, but not distal.
Okay.
Right. And how that would look is, so if somebody comes in with a low back injury, that low back injury is distal to the shoulder and the neck.
So bottom line, we are wanting to use those proper medical terms: prostal, distal, abduction, adduction.
Absolutely. Yeah. Directional terminology, because that is the language of a medical provider. And unfortunately, I just feel like it's kind of undercredited in the general massage education.
Yes, it is.
Not all massage therapists are going to graduate from school and bill insurance, though. So however, I mean, I've worked in practices in management where I wish massage therapists had more, because I mean, we spend the first week or 2 weeks, you know, training them on how to document. And that's part of it, is that, you know, when I was teaching at the massage school, like the kind of go-to response was, well, it's going to be different in every practice that you work at. And
Mhm.
so we essentially passed that off to the practices that they go and work at. But then in our evaluations for the institution yearly, the number one feedback was, we wish your therapists had better documentation skills, essentially.
Yeah.
You need to beef up your soap note game.
Sense.
And so this is a need, and I'm glad that you brought that up, Shannon. I'm going to look into it and see. It would be nice if we could get people some credits for it, but even if we can't get credit, we can still workshop it.
Absolutely.
Mhm, mhm.
Thank you.
Absolutely, you betcha. Does anybody else have any questions? I did upload that PDF, so if you get into that, have any questions you want to fill it out, just let me know. We take care of you there, no problem. If you want to do like a private session over Zoom, we can also do that. Just let me know, we can get something set up. I'm here to help when I can. And like I said, if I don't have the information, we'll either figure it out together or I'll get back to you when I find it out.
You're here in Anchorage as well?
I'm actually out near Glen Allen.
Okay.
So
So
a little bit.
how do we reach out to you outside of this then?
Electronically is fine. So through the email, Space Within Alaska is fine.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and put that in the chat here so that you have it. And then I am starting to, for 2020, we didn't even update the website hardly, but now the website's getting updated and making sure that, classes are, I think, scheduled out until April right now. So, but unfortunately, I'm not moving forward with any hands-on workshops right now, just because of the environment, of the social environment that we're dealing with right now. I don't want to be, I just don't want to teach anybody the wrong information of how to proceed or pretend to know that I know. So we're just going to do online business classes for the time being, and hopefully one day we'll be able to return in class and start doing the cranial and reflexology and sports massage and whatnot.
Can I say something real quick?
Absolutely. What's that, Liz?
I don't know if Tammy's still here, but it's just because I was looking at the chat and I saw her comment. If my client has a 4-unit massage and one unit of thermotherapy, can I bill all 5 units? Will insurance pay more than 4 units? But I had heard that if we do thermal therapy or the hydrotherapy with the hot or cold packs, that for us as LMTs, it's better to not charge for those because we'll get a higher chance to get audited. Is that correct?
So again, it has to do with scope of practice and certification. So if you can stand in front of a judge and say, I am certified in hydrotherapy, I know what temperatures and thresholds I can apply to a patient for cold and hot treatments. And this is the ischemic reaction that's helping at a cellular level. These are the reasons why I did that. And you can define it in medical terminology as such, then it doesn't matter if you get audited, because you had a reasonable presentation to do it, right? So if you have the legitimate training and don't get me wrong, applying an ice pack or a hot pack seems very basic, but there are very specific temperatures for, warm, hot, very hot, scalding. And one needs to be educated in the differences between temperatures when it comes to treatment. Like it's more than just, oh, it feels nice, so we're going to do it. Right? Like it's a legitimate necessity. So, and at the same time, I'm looking at her question now too. I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't even see it until just now. She is asking if she can bill 5 units, and the answer is no. The maximum you can bill in a single day is 4. So I know there are some places used to do. Go ahead. there are some places that we're doing, you know, chiropractic and massage on the same day, but it might depend on each insurance, but there's Premera Blue Cross and Aetna have moved to where you can't do both on the same day. So essentially you have to see the chiropractor one day, and that's, you know, 1 or 2 units of neuromuscular therapy or electric therapy or whatever. And then the patient has to come back a second day, which actually benefits us in our practice, because the patient, if they're going to come to us on insurance, they must go to a medical provider first and then come to our practice, right? So they can't just come into our practice. They must go get a doctor's referral before they come into our practice.
Can I ask something about that doctor referral real quick?
Absolutely.
Just because I'm not familiar with them. How do you know it's legit, and like what format does it come? Like, does the patient bring it? Does the provider email it directly? How does that usually happen?
So sometimes, yeah, the patient can bring it, and you want to make sure at most that that the referring physician's contact information is on it, right? So they need to have an address, a phone number, the name of the practice, and then there also needs to be the NPI number for the referring provider.
Okay, that makes sense.
So so it's not just like they're getting like a prescription for a Flexerol or muscle relaxer or something, you know, it's like written out on a piece of paper or whatever, right? It's like a legitimate document that says this person is diagnosed with such and such. Oh, and it's gonna have the diagnosis codes on there too. So I mean, there's quite a few data points that are on that referral that for the most part, even somebody who is not super familiar with looking at referrals, you're going to be able to tell if it's like a forgery or not. And if there's any speculation on whether or not it's legitimate, you just call the number on there and verify.
Thanks.
Yep, absolutely. Good question. Good question, because there are some real interesting things happening in the world we're living. Well, if I mean, I'm willing to stay around for a little bit longer if you have any more questions, if anything's come up. I am going to go ahead and sign off the live here pretty soon, and then I will make sure that I send forward along to you all of the link for being able to go back and watch the video. And just keep in mind that you do, if you want the credit for the class, you do have to go onto that evaluation link that I posted and just evaluate the class. And please be honest in your evaluations. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I need to know. So if there's something that can be better for the future, I can adjust. So please be honest in your evaluation. And then as soon as I receive your evaluation, that's what I'll use essentially to forward you then your certification of completion. And then that would be what you put, send. Well, you don't even have to send it to the state. You only send it to the state if you get audited for your CEUs, but you'll want to keep it for your records just in case you do. You can send them the certificate that will say that you've gotten the 3 CEUs for today.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I appreciate all of you guys taking the time to be here. I know that, you know, every dollar that we make is important and it's an energetic exchange. So I appreciate you putting the energy towards, you know, becoming better practitioners and caring about the industry and the people that you do. And let's just keep doing it. Let's make it a better world.
Thank you, Kirk.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. Lots of good information.
Fantastic. Yeah. And if you guys have any questions or anything like that, feel free to shoot me an email and I will get back to you as soon as I am able.
Okay,
Thank you
thank you.
kindly.
Hope to see you in the future.
Yeah.
All
Take
right.
care.
Bye-bye.